In the heart of Savannah, where history and legend intertwine like the branches of ancient trees, there exists a world unseen by the ordinary eye. Here, the past refuses to stay buried, and the night is alive with secrets. Welcome to a city where the veil between the living and the dead is as thin as the morning fog, where creatures of legend walk among us, hidden in plain sight, and ancient pacts still hold sway over the living and the supernatural alike. From the restless spirits that roam the old plantations to the mythical beings lurking in the shadows of the city's winding alleys, Savannah is a place where every street corner hides a tale, and every nightfall brings a new chapter in a story as old as the city itself. This is the story of Savannah's secrets, where the supernatural is not just a whisper in the wind, but a pulse that beats through the very soul of this haunted city. Are you ready to uncover the truth? Welcome to Mythic Savannah.
I'm ready!
What a night to have terrible internet. Just
I
saying.
know, right? Okay, so we're back. We are live once again for Mythic Savannah. Thank you guys all for hanging out and tuning in, whether it be live or on the replays on Twitch or on YouTube. We greatly appreciate it. Unlike other games, we are not going to be doing a recap at this one.
Oh.
just to try and maximize the time we have with everybody. If for some reason you end up hearing another voice in the background, a disembodied voice that's not appearing on the screen, that's a friend of ours who's hanging out with us tonight to kind of get an understanding of what our group is about and what we're doing, and just to chill with us for a bit. Okay, so looks like we have everybody except Davey, who's unfortunately having some internet issues. So thankfully, I bought him some time, given the way this particular scene is going to start off. Because I'm not doing a recap, I'm pretty sure all of you guys remember where you're at. If not, there are notes in the Discord chat that you can look up.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
I think we're all fuming at Petra at the moment.
Yes, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So I will leave that all up to you guys just a second. Anyways, so for in character purposes, we are opening up with Charlotte.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Here we
actually,
go.
Before we do that,
XP?
yes, you can't spend it, but we need to do some XP this month. So, somebody want to give us a 1d4 plus 1 roll?
I'll
Somebody
go
else?
ahead and
Yeah, go Dale.
I'll go ahead and do that.
You do a good job.
I asked for a 1d4 plus 1 roll, and Brittany just kind of looked at the camera and chugged down a carrot. It's like, I don't know how they relate, but okay.
Total of 5.
Ooh,
See,
good
this is,
roll.
this is why we have you do it.
Did you
Good
think I
roll.
was going to volunteer for our group's XP?
I don't know. Sometimes you do. I mean,
Am I feeling lucky tonight?
I don't know. Are you Harry?
You better.
well, if it helps,
I have the normal amount of hair.
yes. So if it helps any, the name of this episode is "The Cost of Salvation."
Oh,
Oh gosh. Mm.
So
I don't like those odds.
That means we all die.
Not all. Hopefully, he says.
we will see. So, in character, Charlotte.
Okay.
You blacked out. So where we last left you is you were drastically holding on to Micah as he was ripped through whatever magic that had lashed out at him, wrapping that barbed whip around his neck and pulling him through, and you were just holding on for dear life.
Mm-hmm.
And in a moment, like shortly after you came through, you didn't even really have a chance to get your senses about you when you were hit with the clothesline from hell, like straight out of professional wrestling. You just went full force one way, stopped abruptly, and flipped back around onto your back and just thrown into a complete stunt. Thankfully, it wasn't like piercing or anything, but someone hit you and hit you hard.
Okay.
When you finally start coming through from that, you were kind of discombobulated in there. You never fully blacked out,
Okay.
but pretty darn close to it. Like you really couldn't form cognizant thoughts. Pain lanced through her shoulders, the kind that felt bone deep and never ending. Charlotte's eyelids fluttered, sticky with dried blood. As she managed to lift her head, a fresh wave of agony surged through her neck.
Mm.
Breathing came hard, like her ribs were caged in iron. And for a moment, she struggled to remember where she was, why everything felt so wrong. As her vision started to clear, the truth settled in with a gut-wrenching clarity. She was chained. Thick, rusted manacles bound her wrists and ankles to a crumbling stone pillar with within some kind of corrupted church. Her arms throbbed from the unnatural angle, and her legs felt like dead weight, still numb from the position they had been used to subdue her. The smell hit her next, thick, metallic, like the air itself was bleeding. A rumble shook the ground, and her head snapped to the side, where Joe and Micah were crucified on grotesque iron X crosses.
No.
Their bodies were stretched, arms and legs bound with barbed wire, Ruins burned into their skin, glowing faintly, pulsating with each chant from gathered cultists. Charlotte's heart clenched when she saw Micah struggling against his restraints. His transformation halted midway, fur bristling in patches, his eyes flickering between human and wolf. The space around them was a profane sanctuary. Once sacred church, now turned into a pit of despair. The altar was shattered, replaced by a massive glowing sigil on the floor. Twisted worm symbols merged with desecrated crosses. Black candles lined the edges, their flames sputtering with oily green smoke. Rain drizzled through the broken roof, but it wasn't water. It was dark, sticky, and faintly acidic, stinging Charlotte's skin where it touched. Blood. It was raining blood. And there, at the center of the infernal ritual, stood Zyzak. Her monstrous form was draped in ritualistic leather armor, barbed whip coiled at her side. The woman's laughter echoed through the ruined space, filled with triumph and contempt. Zyzak's presence felt like a raw wound, a seeping hatred into the air. Next to her, hulking and grotesque, was the Kamataz in its Krynos form, a terrifying amalgam of bat and beast, its grotesque leathery wings flexed, white-veined and pulsing, and its massive claws scraped across the cracked stone, leaving deep, jagged furrows. Its head, a bat-like horror crowned with curved, splintered horns, turned towards Charlotte, lips pulled back to reveal rows of jagged, broken fangs.
Gross.
Around them, the cultists swayed in rhythmic unison, their chanting drowning out the thunderous growl of the Kamataz. A handful of black spiral dancers, twisted werewolves marked by their worm's touch, stood guard near the church's entrance. Their bodies warped with mutations, muscles unnaturally bulging, and their eyes glow with malicious glee. A wave of nausea hits Charlotte as she realizes just how hopeless this looked. The sky outside was still dark, but the red star shone brighter, pulsating in sync with the corrupted sigil. I just actually lost my place. There we go. The storm above poured its filthy blood rain, soaking the ground and leaving the air dense with rot. She tried to move, but the chains bit into her skin, their edges sharp and uncaring. Taking a steady breath, she whispered a silent prayer to the spirits, hoping for something, anything, to break this nightmare. But she wouldn't give in, not now, not when they needed her. Her eyes flicked back to Joe and Micah. Their faces were pale, marked with pain, but also resistance. Zyzak's voice cut through the chanting, declaring, "Today, we unmake Gaia's feeble heroes, we break them, and we call forth the dragon's wrath." And of course, there's to boisterous chanting and cheers. The rumble of thunder answered as the cultists howled their approval. But despite the chaos, Charlotte felt a surge of defiance flare in her chest. This wasn't over. It couldn't be. Even surrounded by monsters and tainted spirits, even as the world seemed ready to collapse around them, she couldn't let hope die. They needed her. Micah and Joe needed her. And if she could just find a way to break free. Through the blood-soaked haze and the oppressive darkness. Thank you for the follow, Brianna. Through the blood-soaked haze and the oppressive darkness, Charlotte's resolve hardened. No matter what it took, she would fight back. She would not let them win. They'd already taken too much. Charlotte?
Okay.
Wow. That was intense.
Did they take any of my amulets or anything off
You've
my
been
body?
stripped of pretty much everything, and they were not too kind about your
Okay.
clothing. So it's hanging on your body, but definitely not one you'd want to be photographed or filmed in.
Okay.
It's not friendly to your form currently, but they're there.
Okay. I was asking like if I had my metal ward or anything like
Unfortunately,
that.
no.
So
They
that
have
is no.
removed. Yeah,
Yeah.
they removed everything. You have a good sense, given the fact that you think you were brought here. They're probably somewhere on site, but you don't see it currently.
Okay. Let me quickly go through and see what magic I can do really
Well,
quick.
you do have one trick.
My perfume?
Nope.
Gotta smell good when you're killing bad guys.
Well, I mean, there is definitely that. Your king.
She goes nowhere without her Chanel.
Oh. Well, I call as in my mind.
Okay. And
I
there
say his name.
okay, and there is the briefest of delays. And then
Okay.
you hear quickly, in your own mind, almost as if it's a direct connection, not quite.
Right.
But you get the sense that there's urgency, that he's trying to find you, but he realizes you're awake at this point, so he's hoping you will relay something to him.
Okay. Well, I relay my surroundings that I'm in an evil church. And I relay the monster information, the crosses that Micah and Joe are on.
Okay.
Can I roll to see if there's any specific locale information?
You actually can. Give me a perception and alertness check, difficulty 7, given the noise around you, but there may be some other things that you pick up on.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
Perception and alertness, difficulty 7.
Perception and alertness. Okay. One success.
1. Okay. You're probably still a little dazed, probably a little distracted by the blood rain and whatnot. There's a little bit of, in addition to the ambient noise that they are giving off and the darkness that's surrounding you because of the clouds and the rainfall, it's a little distracting and off-putting. But in the distance, you hear a shoreline.
Okay. I relay that I hear the ocean.
Okay.
Or
which that is key. You've lived here long enough to know that if it's the actual shoreline, that gives you a reasonable guess that you're probably somewhere on the coastline of Savannah proper, not near not near like a river or something.
I would be able to tell the difference between the shh instead of the
yes.
trickle.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said if I tried to move, like the barbs bit into me, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not so much barbs as it's just bad metal. It's not that it's easy to break, but that they were roughed up specifically so they're not kind. So like, you know how people try to somehow wriggle their way out, it's going to do extra damage, and it's got, and since they're semi-rusted, there's also the risk of being poisoned. You're probably going to get a tetanus shot.
There's metal spurs.
Yeah.
Okay, I just need to check and see how much magic I have left.
Sure.
Okay, I have 4 dots. I want to see if I can become an animal. So the spell allows the magician to become any animal that I can name.
Mm-hmm.
And while in the form, I can use the animal's natural powers in addition to my own knowledge, so it doesn't affect my brain necessarily. If I remain in it too long, it says I can sometimes forget who I am, but it takes
Correct.
more than 3 days for that to happen. So I'm going to try and cast that spell.
Why don't you give me a
I'm
wits and alertness check real quick.
Okay. You got it. Wits.
Just difficulty 6.
Okay.
And to explain, since we have Brianna watching, I know she's unfamiliar with the system. This particular game style, you put a stat, usually with some sort of skill, and it's a dice pool that you can roll, and everything is operated off of a D10 system. And however many rolls that you come up with, in this case, say 6 or higher, means you've scored a success. If you roll 1 on one of them, it means you take away from one of those successes. If you roll
I got
10,
3
it's a possible
successes.
critical. So 3 successes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So looking around, if you do end up shifting into some sort of a creature, you are horrendously outmatched. Now may not be the time to reveal that particular power.
Okay.
Because for all you know, outside of Az, no one knows where you're at, and he only has the vaguest inkling of it. So,
oh, I want to call Sly's name. I know Sly's name too.
you know his real name?
His demon name. He told us.
Oh, smart. Okay.
Hold on. I have it here. It's Calobrian.
Yes, he has a roll he'll have to make, but
Yeah.
that was very smart.
Yeah. I call out to Calobrian.
Now, do you shout it or you just sort of whisper
I say
it
it in my mind, or I whisper it.
Whispering it would work.
I whisper his name then.
Okay. So, Dale, you know the roll that you need to make. See if you can pick up on it.
Yeah, let me pull it up here. Okay, so
I forget what you put together, but I think it's a difficulty 8, right?
let's see. Make a faith roll, difficulty 7 if celestial name is invoked. So, okay.
Difficulty 7. Okay, cool.
Faith and 7. Try that out here. Two successes, which means I receive a mental picture of the speaker, their immediate surroundings, including anyone they might be talking to. Yeah, so I can.
Okay.
I can start.
So you receive a mental snapshot of what Charlotte immediately saw. Obviously, not full detail. I'm not going to go reiterate the whole thing, but it's enough to know high stakes, dangers about, and you very clearly see Joe and Micah up on the crucified X's.
Okay. So then, out loud, I'm not sure if anyone's near him because he's still outside of the church. Is anybody else is everyone else still within
By this
that
point,
church?
everybody has come back because you guys were starting to argue about where's Joe, what the heck happened, and then there's that back and forth a little bit about Petra and her involvement with the church and whatnot.
Okay.
So, this is happening right in that moment. You're probably, when you get that snapshot, about to break up that whole thing with your revelation.
Okay.
Sandra was the first one to leave, so she would probably be the first one to walk out of the church.
Okay.
Also, really quick question, Jerome. If I did my angel armor, would that have the same effect as changing into an animal form, invoking that magic?
It's visible. Yes.
Oh, okay. So then I can't do that either.
Yeah. So
Okay.
so keep your cards close to your chest at this point to the right moment.
I just wanted to check. Yep.
So then, Sly, in his still mauled state, he suddenly is looking around, is like, that was Char. She's I saw where she's at, but I can't tell where that would be. Micah and Joe are crucified next to her.
So the vision is starting to come true. But
We have
why
to-
is Charlotte
What do you mean
there?
Micah is with her? Micah's supposed to be with the shifters.
It looks like they must have gotten to him. He's there, but there's something going on with him. Like, he might actually be a shifter himself. He's got weird patches of fur and stuff on him.
So it finally happened, huh? This is just getting worse and worse.
Where are
Zizak
they
is there
slide?
too. I can't tell. They're within a strange church or something. Glowing sigils. They have cultists chanting. It's the rain is getting there too, wherever they're at. It's all inside. I think I saw one or two of those black spiral dancers, extremely strange looking. Oh God! And there was this other strange creature standing next to Zizak. I have no idea what that is. We have to find out where she's at. It seems like she can't say a lot because she's surrounded right now. So she just called my name, apparently.
I could actually try to zero on Zizek herself, seeing that her and I have had a spiritual connection.
You get what that means if you attempt that, right?
Yes, but there are 3 lives at stake, and I am only one.
That's what I like to hear.
Keep in mind, you guys are still in St. Augustine. You're nowhere
Mhm.
near Savannah.
I know.
I think right now it's likely that everything is happening in Savannah. I doubt everything's happening here. By the way, since we're kind of outside Jerome, does it look like the clouds or whatever are like moving in a particular direction
No,
or
no,
anything
it
like
just
that?
it,
No.
it's just all over. It's just dark cloud cover
Okay.
with the
Okay,
with
so
the
it's
blood rain coming down with people coming out like looking to
okay.
investigate. and-
So we
Right.
have
It's
blood
very
rain here
alarming.
too. Okay.
Jerome, is Sean with us too?
Yes.
I'm gonna look at him and say, we need a vehicle. How did you all get down here? We flew, and that's not an option.
We drove. Although it looks like Joe used Charles's car to break through the door, but yeah, I mean, we either have to drive or find some other way there.
Do you have a car?
As a reminder, there is a car that's actively running right now that was hot wired
Oh,
before
okay.
Joe disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. And will we all fit in it? Or are we gonna need 2?
So you've got Sly. Well, so technically you've got Cade and Charles here as well. So everybody would have to pile in. It's going to be uncomfortable, but you could do it.
So we have 6 people. Okay. I mean, we'll do the best we can, I guess.
We've got to do it. Let's go.
Okay.
I am small. I can sit on somebody's lap.
Who is driving?
I can drive.
Okay. And you are clearly not obeying the speed limits?
Obviously.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Give me a dex and drive check, difficulty 8. This is just one roll. I'm going to make it for the whole drive.
While she's rolling for that, can we assume that Cade with him still being there, would be willing to heal Sly?
Yes. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Five successes.
Oh,
Nice.
She's been driving a little while.
yep. Just gonna start giving Joe a run for her money here in a second.
She's been
You need to
driving
give
longer
Shar-
than Joe.
She needs to give Shar driving lessons, apparently.
Oh no.
She remembers when horsepower was actual horse power.
Sly, you get 2 points back.
Okay.
So you guys are gunning it, tearing off down this road. And you can tell that some vehicles are pulling over at the sight of the rain. Some are just trying to plow through it and keeping their windshield wipers, going.
Does my arcane help with this at all?
No.
Okay. I mean, maybe like if they look over to try and identify a
it
driver.
would against traffic cameras though.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So they would probably pick up the license plate, and say, okay, well, somebody's speeding, but they're not going to be able to identify who was doing it. They might see everybody else in a kind of a blurry spot right there where the driver's seat was at. So it would help a little bit, but not for purposes of what you're trying to do. So while you guys are flying your way down there, on the highway, trying to get back as quickly as possible, the following news articles are coming in on the radio. The red sky phenomenon. Scientists baffled by global atmospheric shift. In an unprecedented turn of events, skies around the globe have taken on a crimson hue, both day and night. The phenomenon, first noticed simultaneously across multiple continents, has left scientists scrambling for answers. The initial hypothesis ranged from unusual solar activity to atmospheric contamination, but no definitive cause has been identified. The UN has convened an emergency summit to address growing public fear, as some religious groups claim the sky's the color signifies divine wrath. Internet forums and social media are rife with speculation, with theories ranging from alien invasion to the literal end of the world. Another article you end up hearing. Blood rain sparks panic in major cities. Reports are pouring in from cities worldwide where residents have witnessed what appears to be droplets of blood falling from the sky. In Rome, the Vatican has issued a public statement urging calm, while in Mecca, pilgrims have been seen praying fervently at the Kaaba. Environmental agencies have collected samples for analysis, but preliminary results have only deepened the mystery. The liquid contains human-like hemoglobin, yet lacks any pathogens. Medical experts have warned against direct contact, but panic continues to spread, with incidents of rioting and looting reported in New York, London, and Tokyo. Article 3. The return of the plagues. Are we reliving biblical prophecy? Following the sudden appearance of the red sky and the onset of blood rain, regions across the world are now reporting outbreaks of unexplained afflictions. In Egypt, the Nile has turned a murky red, with fish and aquatic life surfacing dead. In rural China, livestock has been struck by boils and lesions. A wave of mass hysteria has broken out in parts of the southern United States, with preachers citing the Book of Revelation and calling for repentance. Epidemiologists have yet to establish a link between these occurrences and known pathogens, fueling fears of a supernatural cause. And of course, as you were starting to get closer, you weren't terribly far, but getting closer to Savannah, these are coming up either on the internet, if you guys might be checking, or of course on public radio coming out of Savannah. Emergency curfew declared as violence escalates. Savannah city officials have imposed an overnight curfew following a series of violent incidents in the historic district. Authorities have reported several cases of apparent street brawls and acts of vandalism, including a fire that engulfed a local community center. Witnesses described the erratic behavior amongst those individuals, with some appearing disoriented or acting out in fits of rage. While the official statement attributes the violence to mass hysteria fueled by global events, residents are increasingly fearful that something darker is at play. Animal attacks surge in the Low Country. The Savannah metro area has seen a disturbing rise in animal attacks, particularly involving stray dogs and feral animals. In one incident, a jogger in Forsyth Park was mauled by what witnesses described as a large, rabid canine. Animal control officials are investigating, but have warned the public to avoid parks and wooded areas after dark. Some locals speculate that the animals are reacting to the unnaturally red sky, while others whisper of witchcraft or curses affecting the region. Religious fervor grips Savannah as priests preach doom. Local churches have seen a surge in attendance as priests and pastors deliver fiery sermons warning of judgment and repentance. The iconic Cathedral Basilica of St. John the Baptist has become a focal point for both the devout and the terrified, with nightly vigils and exorcism rites being performed. Meanwhile, makeshift shrines have appeared along River Street, with candles and messages pleading for divine mercy. Authorities have warned against public gatherings due to safety concerns, but many residents are fearful to heed the call. And at this point, as you guys are hustling as quickly as you can, it does take about 2 hours to make that trip. Since you are not obeying the speed limit, you have managed to shave that down to about an hour 20. Just lead foot the whole way, just gunning. And as you cross over, I think there's a bridge in between there at some point, but you cross over and you're back into Savannah. You can see off in the distance. There are obviously city lights. It is murky, to say the least, as the mist has been kicking up against the windshield, and you've got the wipers going, trying to clear off everything as best as possible. But you can see that there are active flickering lights as if parts of the city are on fire.
Where do you? Oh,
during that time frame, you Petra, you end up getting a call.
I will glance at it, and if it's somebody appropriate to turn on speakerphone, I will do that.
Okay, it's Yang.
Yeah, I'll put him on speaker.
Okay. He says, Petra, I am so sorry. Micah got away from us.
So I heard. Do you know where he is now?
We think they took him.
We know they took him.
We've been looking all over trying to find him. We haven't been able to track him as of yet. He's with
Joe and Charlotte.
Okay, well, somewhere. That makes sense. There's a guy here who's been ranting at us, saying he has an understanding of where they might be.
What guy?
He says his name is, and he kind of looks, and you hear him muttering, probably to one of the other pack members. And he says, I think his name is Tom.
Do we know a Tom?
Yes, it's Azazel.
Okay. What is Tom saying now?
He says, hold on a second. And he covers up the phone a little bit, and you can hear someone, ranting, quite heavily at this point, repeating, several things. But so he says he's saying it's somewhere near the shore. It's some sort of
Which shore?
he's at the ocean shore, so it would be east of here. He's saying something about it looks like it's an old church, maybe.
Petra's gonna glance over to Sean and raise an eyebrow.
Okay, so he starts to think for a second and he says, wait a minute, at the last conference we had with other Christian denominations, I think there was something that came up about an abandoned church on Tybee Island.
Petra is going to immediately turn the car towards Tybee.
Okay.
And head in that direction.
All right. So he's like, do you think they got set up there?
It's as good a guess as any. Yang, did you hear that?
Yeah. I'll have somebody look up that direction and see if we can circle back and find it for you ahead of time. I don't know where exactly you're at. But
we're in
Petra,
the middle of town.
Petra, this is bad. We can't. We have to jump in all together. This is not something we can do singly.
Okay. We'll hopefully be there soon.
Whereabouts are you coming from?
We just made it back into town. Where I'll give him the part of town that we're in right now.
Okay. If it's on Tybee Island, let's meet at your cafe and convene real quick. We've got to come at this with some kind of a plan.
Okay.
All right. See you soon. Drive safe.
Yeah, you too. And she'll hang up and drive towards home.
Anybody have any thoughts? Anything you want to add or conjecture at this point?
Petra, what happened in the church? Please describe it. Especially everything that happened with the chalice.
Honestly, I wasn't watching the chalice, and I'm not entirely sure what went down. They were going to try to destroy it, although I told Sean that I didn't think that was a good idea. And then my job was to guard the door. They thought they were going to be defending against you all. Somebody else came instead. I don't know who they were. And I guess some of them took me down.
So your group perceived us as the enemy.
They
And you
perceived
did not tell them differently?
they perceived Sly as the enemy, and this is a conversation for another time, but I have been doing my best to mitigate their decisions in a way that would cause the least amount of harm.
Right. And we can talk about how we're all pissed at how you withheld some information from us that was pretty critical here. But again, the chalice, do you know how they were dealing with it? What was happening with it? Were they trying to get rid of what was within it, or literally trying to destroy it? This is important.
Sean answers because he was involved.
Yeah, Petra
And-
just looks to Sean.
Okay.
And Sean
She doesn't
says
have
it
the
was
answers.
an exorcism.
Do you know if you succeeded?
It blew up. We thought that was the end goal.
What did it look like afterwards? Do you recall?
I was awake for part of that prior to being thrown up against the wall violently, but the best way I could describe it was Raiders of the Lost Ark.
So, energy swirling around the area.
Right.
Then.
which that doesn't that doesn't follow any sort of exorcism that I've seen.
No. I really don't want to be right about what happened. Just destroying a vessel is not necessarily enough to stop the demon within. And typically, it would either go back to the abyss where it came from, or find a suitable host that it can actually reach within the brief amount of time it has without a host.
I am confused about something. If it was already trapped in the chalice, why not keep it in the chalice?
The exorcism was supposed to destroy the spirit.
But you already had the spirit trapped.
The spirit does not need to be. Okay, I don't have time to debate this. The idea is to destroy the spirit, not contain the spirit so it can corrupt others.
Right. Understandable. I'm not quite sure your group fully realized how that works, especially with regard to this, because it may have just released it and given it the opportunity to possess something even worse, or someone even worse.
And that's what I'm starting to pick up on now. Unfortunately, this is not something, given the circumstances that we're all at, you have to understand that our organization sees pretty much everybody in this car as a grave threat to humanity.
Well, unfortunately, I see you as a threat as well. For the record.
Well,
sure.
I didn't say I did, but if we're going to start pointing fingers, then fine. As my mother indicated, if it wasn't already painfully aware, we're a part of an organization within this group that tries not to engage others in this fashion. We try to guide or point them in other directions and tackle things like this chalice, for example, that really are a threat. Our problem is somebody spotted your friend Sly here in whatever big light show that he caused, and that set off our allies in the Anglicans. And with an actual confirmed demon, that sent them into a religious fervor.
They can be very pig-headed.
Not all angels are evil, and unfortunately, your organization cannot realize that.
That's why our subgroup exists, because those of us part of it understand that not all supernaturals are evil. Some are.
But of course,
many aren't.
There are humans who are evil, and there are humans who are not. They don't have to be supernatural to be evil.
That is also true.
Sean, do you know how much you've learned about the demon that was within that chalice, like its true name, perhaps?
I was able to decipher that much, and as I understand it, you refer to it as an earthbound.
That's right.
Do you know the name, Sly?
A true name is a tricky thing. It's not like a label that everyone else uses. Bob, Joe, Tom, whatever. That's a true name is like the key to whatever that name references, especially one of us. If you have the true name, you know what you're doing with it, you can control the entity that it's attached to. Make
Yes,
them do anything.
I understand, but the true name. But do you know the creature's true name?
I don't know it. The way to know it typically is to interact with it or study what it's interacted with, because it's like leaving fingerprints on a crime scene. It's like leaving tracks in the snow as you walk by. It's everything we do leaves a little bit of an imprint on just creation. We resonate with it, and that's how
You
you determine it.
you said that there was a beast-like thing with Zizek.
Yeah, I had never seen something like that before. So like a
Could it be this demon that they could have released?
it's unlikely. The way that it would happen would be that it inhabits something. Although, if he inhabited something and then modified it, that could be
Or
possible.
or do you think that either Micah or Joe or the bodies for it? The host.
It's hard to say based on your visions. I mean, some of what you've seen has come to pass now, but details are different. We've been meddling with it, so everything's changed and been shuffled around.
In the vision with the boy, when the boy drank the chalice, he died. Isn't that how you guys take over the bodies? Once the soul departs?
Either someone is on the cusp of losing themselves and their minds entirely, or they're literally on the cusp of physical death, and then we take advantage of that and
So I wonder
come in.
if Micah is the host for the demon that was released from the chalice.
I'm not sure. One of them could be, none of them could be, but it seems that Zizek is there, and she is trying to just destroy everything, like what you were seeing in your vision.
I think that as soon as we get to Petra's place, I should go into a trance and try to make a connection with Isaac, see if I can't be a thorn in her side.
That's something to discuss, I guess, when we meet up with Young and his compatriots, see if that's something worth doing, because if you do that, especially if no one's able to go with you on that type of journey, that'll be rough.
With you being a more of a spiritual like entity, could you not piggyback with me?
It depends on how your stuff works. I suppose if instead of drawing cards or throwing bones, you just held my hands and used my connection to creation, maybe, but I'm not
We
entirely sure.
we could use the water to scry. Because it would give a more clearer picture, and I can focus on her.
Remember, it's not scrying, it's divination.
I know, but
So you're attempting to divine the future. But
So
while you guys are discussing, one second. So Sean leans over to Petra, which of course isn't very far. Everybody smashed into this car. Jocelyn is in the back just seething right now.
Oh yeah, I forgot about her.
I know. Unfortunately, I have a lot of NPCs to try and control. But
It is a full house.
Sean leans over and shows her his phone and a text message that says, I'm 5 minutes out.
Who do I know who it is that he's?
No, when the number, it's just a number. He doesn't
Okay.
even have a contact ID. And so he looks at that and he says, that's the support that I called.
Is it someone I know?
I don't even know him. Mom, I made a call when I thought something was going down. Remember? For additional help,
Uh,
but
Are they-
it's not church related.
I don't even know who you would know that's not church related.
I've developed a contact with a group known as the Arcana.
Okay.
And they have been quietly supplying me with non-church related information for a while now.
Okay. That's useful.
When this
I
was
understand
happening,
why you would keep that on the down low.
right, exactly. I managed to look it up, and they're not enemies, but they're I guess you could call them frenemies. Some of the factions within the church don't like them. Some of them it's a hit or miss. I think it's probably
Okay.
because they're secular and they're not church related. Anyways, I put out a message if there was anybody there who could hook me up with somebody for help. I mean, it was a Hail Mary, and I got a message back.
Is this person coming to St. Augustine?
No, I didn't realize we were going to St. Augustine. They're actually coming to Savannah.
Okay, well, at least there's that. Okay, I guess we could use all the help we can get.
Should I direct them to like maybe the restaurant?
Might as well.
Okay. So he just types, on the phone, gives the address to the restaurant. Charlotte, so it's been about an hour and a half at this point of everything. Everything at this point is starting to reach a fever pitch. Joe is kind of writhing uncontrollably. She has what appears to be froth starting to come out of her mouth and green energy starting to bleed from her eyelids, as well as Micah. You receive you receive word back to keep your eyes peeled, and that help is coming.
Okay. And she knows not to use her magic, but she's very tempted to try and heal Micah or Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Because she doesn't have to touch them in order to do that. But she lays low.
Okay.
And
you get the opinion that because you haven't actually done this before, not with Az. So it feels almost like he's quietly writing in the back of your mind, watching, seeing what you see. So whatever you scan around, he's probably trying to pick up on.
She keeps looking and kind of says in her head to hurry, whether Az can hear what she says to him or not, whether that link is continual, she doesn't know. And just keeps on her head on a pivot, but changes it around so she doesn't look suspicious.
Sure, that's fine. They're only passingly watching you at this point. They're more focused on what appears to be completing the ritual.
I think she'd also call out to Calobrian again, because she doesn't know if it worked or not.
Right, sure.
So she'll call out to him again.
Okay. You have a roll, Sly.
All right. Four successes.
Okay.
No.
Let's see here, and that shows just about. Oh wait,
He knows what you did last summer.
I just might.
Just to be clear, it was a whispered one, not a
Right.
loud.
Okay, so with that, the character can hear what the speaker is saying for the duration of a single turn. If they wish, the character can continue to eavesdrop, but I only hear her, and I'd have to make a willpower roll each turn if I want to keep hearing.
Ooh, rough. Okay, well, you at least get you get the full 4K version this time, and you can hear and see kind of what I've just described to Charlotte. It's getting worse. The chanting is getting more fever pitched. You can tell that there is something seriously wrong with both Joe and Micah at this point.
Okay, so then all of a sudden he's kind of looking off in the distance, and Sly's like, "She called my name again. Char, she's looking around. Micah and Joe are in an extremely bad way."
Are you able to talk back to Charlotte?
It doesn't work that way. She's not one of my thralls, and she's not a demon, but I can hear her and see what's going on if I can focus.
I'm sorry, what are thralls?
And right at that point, you're like whipping the wheel and pulling into that driveway to where your house and the shops and restaurant are at.
It's a word to describe individuals that demons actually make connections with. For example, Charles, Cade, and Cassandra would be my thralls, because we've established that connection.
Okay, conversation for another time, I guess.
Right.
Okay, well, here we are. Does anyone need anything while we're here?
You have
Is
anything?
everyone armed? I'm gonna
Cade,
park out front and then
Hello?
like lead them inside. Oh, I
Hello?
missed something.
I heard
hey,
Davey.
Oh, you guys can hear me now. Okay,
Huzzah.
I'm muting.
I see your spot too. Okay, good.
I'm still a little injured, so if you have anything that can handle that, that'd be nice. Cade did what he could, but
That's not really my thing.
So as you come pulling up, there's a crowd here at this point, waiting outside of your little cafe, which it's Yong and his pack, and a very impatient. Yong and his pack, a very impatient Tom, who currently has an AK-47 with like a tactical setup, for like extra clips. He's just purchased a small little armory for himself, and Courtney, who is also packing.
Okay, let's all go inside and shut the blinds.
So as everybody starts like getting back out, just this gigantic group here that's meeting, immediately Yong, Katamaros, Bill, and Arabella, like they turn around and they start looking like they've picked up on something, and all of them start drawing weapons, and there's like worm, and they start like looking around real quick, and you end up seeing somebody coming out of the shadows, because the restaurant is closed given everything that's happening. Literally almost step out of the shadows.
There's the restaurant and then there's the cafe.
Yes.
And they're like a little bit away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes.
Okay.
And you see somebody stepping out of the shadows of where that restaurant was at, and you see him he's approaching, and he's turning his neck up, and he's kneeling down in a very submissive pose. And
does this? Okay.
Well,
go ahead.
Bob at this point, or Bill, I should say, he's already shifted to his gigantic shark-looking thing, and he's ready to bite it in half. And Yong, does a moment real quick and puts his hand like on his shoulder, and because he's curious as to why whoever, whatever this is, has stepped forward, is basically, giving, I don't want to say it's an act of fealty, but it's an act of submission that, that he's trying to process. He says, hold one moment.
Are we subjected to delirium?
Are you
Good
supernatural?
question.
Yes. Well, I don't know. Or I'm a sorcerer.
So then that would be no.
Okay.
Sweet.
Would you be frightened by it? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Would you be, blitzed out of your mind and,
So
forced
she
to
would
think
probably-
something no.
Yeah. She would probably take a step behind Sly and put him between it and her. Yeah.
And so, he puts up his hand and he says, "Who are you? Why are you here?" And like the rest of his pack immediately starts to like flank him without even hesitation. And he says, "I was called here. I mean you no harm." He says, "My name is Ryan Danaher, also known as Blizzard of the Stained Prey." And so at that point, Sean is like looking around. And he says, "What?" And he leans over to Petra. He says, "Mom, is that a werewolf thing?"
Beats me.
And Davey, you need to plug up your phone. It's flashing that the battery's almost dead on my side.
Yep, let me plug it back in.
That's so interesting that you can see that.
You should be saying it's helpful. I'm kidding.
That's so helpful that you can see that.
And so, Sean steps forward and at that point, and they're like, everybody's ready to just pounce on this guy. And he says, "Who sent you?" And he says, "A friend. You know him as the Watcher?" And Sean looks and he says, "He sent you?" And he says, not specifically. It was sent through proper channels, church channels. Do you happen to know an individual by the name of Amon? And so he pauses again real quick and he says, "Wait, you came from Medford, Oregon?" And he said, and he nodded, he nods, and he says, I have waited my entire life to be of service so that I may remove the stain of my life and make amends for the mistakes that I have made." And he's like, "Oh, I understand, but what?" And then at that point, Yang looks around and he says, "How are you undead and a lupine? I don't understand." And then at that point, Arabella kind of shoots him a look and she says, "He's an abomination."
Well, aren't most of us really? Everybody, let's get inside. We're making a spectacle on the street.
And at that, Bill will not go anywhere near him. It's he just locked eyes with him the whole time, and it's taking Yang everything he can. And he says, "We should probably do this out here so I can keep control of my friend. It's very difficult picking up what we're picking up off of him, but I understand and I sense truth from him."
Well, then at least let's go down the alleyway.
So everybody kind of starts shuffling respectively further, down the alleyway.
Does anyone need weapons?
The rest of them all say no. They came packing. Tom clearly has something. Courtney has something. Sean could use something.
I'm gonna pull. Let's see. What do I got? What causes the most damage? Okay, I'll pull out my H&K P7M10 out of my cardigan and hand it to him.
Okay. And so he's just like, I did, Mom, that never is not weird.
What else do you need?
Everyone else is kind of like looking around real quick, and they've got their own thing, and Ryan, again, very submissive, and he just holds his hand up and says, I have my own. I am all right. And at no point in time does anybody in Yong's pack ever take their eyes off of him.
Okay, so where are we going and what are we doing?
So Yong at this point comes back. He says, we've managed to locate the church. It is heavily guarded.
By who and what?
We've picked up that there are at least 5 black spiral dancers in the area. And at that mention, like, Ryan bristles. Like, whatever has happened to him, his loyalty is still to that group, and the fact that there's black spirals there, he wants a shot at him. He says there is a large bat of some kind. I believe they're supposed to be extinct, but with the worm you could never tell. There are, I think, a handful of cultists on the inside, maybe 15. And then Zizak herself.
By cultists, you mean humans?
Human or kin? We weren't able to get a full determination, but
okay.
They do seem to be armed, but it's not uniform. It looks like whatever they could pick up.
If I can get close enough to them, I might be able to do something about the entire group if they can hear me. Depending on how strong Zizak's control over them is, I might be able to penetrate that and get them to at least drop their weapons or neutralize them somehow.
Yeah, the more that we can take out some of their numbers without actually engaging, the better off we'll be, obviously.
Oh, and out of character, since we know we've got Davey here, but he's on his phone to help him out, can somebody roll for him when time's appropriate? Cool.
Thank you. Quick question. Did we heal from last time, or are we taking the damage we took and
not
running
unless you specifically got healing. So it's
Okay.
where you left off.
Yeah, what do your wounds look like?
Just
Davey?
4. And I think they were bashing from something. I don't remember what it was. Might have been the explosion when the chalice exploded.
It probably was.
Yeah.
But 4 for you is not
probably
terrible.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so back in character.
I don't suppose Cade could do that.
I can do.
I don't know how much mojo he has.
Yeah, it takes a bit for him to recharge. He can heal.
We have 2 hours.
He can heal Charles for 2 more.
Okay, that works.
Cool.
Thank you kindly.
Right. Hold that thought. Be right back. Go ahead and roleplay.
So what I missed, guys? Fill me in on the situation.
You're dead.
Oh,
well,
times Joe's hanging back up on a cross.
Oh no!
Normal Friday night.
Yep. You know, Joe, she's a party animal.
They're just hanging out.
You're fired.
Fire. Yeah.
You fired!
You are fired.
Someone had to make it because George isn't here.
Yeah.
George would have totally made that joke.
Yeah, so Davey, I don't know what you missed, but
the whole first from the start till now.
Petra flew. She drove better than you and Joe combined, all the way from where we were back to Savannah. And we have a
We
rare
hooked up with
shark.
Young. They
Yeah,
know
we have a
where
we have a
they know
rare
where the
shark
stuff
showing
is.
his teeth,
Yeah.
and we
Oh,
have
I
an
need a drink. I'll be
abomination.
right back.
I'm getting to know Micah.
Yeah,
Getting
Ryan.
close.
You remember Ryan from the
From
other game
Ashland.
from
Yeah, from
Ashland?
Ashland.
It's that Ryan.
The Lasombra werewolf.
Yep,
Yep.
he's there.
Nice.
Okay, I'm back. All right, so
We just can't get away from that Ashland group. I'm telling you.
It's completely fine. The
Think-
more of Ashland that comes here right now, the better off we'd be.
For real.
hey, Davey, you don't have a charge really on that phone. Just as an FYI.
Yeah, no, I'm moving around. I'm trying to get the dogs inside. They don't want to come back in, so
Okay.
they're gonna howl at the moon, I guess, again.
Well, hey, we
Run
just
and
like our
bust my
game.
charger.
That's some, background music.
Bark
Yeah.
at the moon.
Yeah.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
Oh, no.
All right, so back in game. So at this point, as everybody's going around, trying to schedule this and pass out the, praise the Lord and pass the ammunition and get this thing, ready. Courtney at this point, is, got her weapon locked and loaded, and she's she's like, that's my son in there. We have got to go now. And when she demands that, the one time Hank, aka Katamaru's, he puts out his hand on her shoulder. He stops looking at Ryan for a second, puts her hand on her shoulder, and she's furious, but she's calmed down. And he reassures her, it's like, we will get him, but we have to plan. We have to do this as a unified front. This is this is far too much of a threat for us to just go in half cocked. And her eyes are starting to water, but she places her hand on his for a second to try and center herself. Yang looks to the others. He says, so is that the only plan? You run in and spook them?
It's at least one thing that we can do. Do we know how many ways there are into the church?
There's two. Presumably you could go into the windows. It's pretty open. But there's only a front and back entrance. If somebody got on top, you could probably drop in from above. But I don't see how you would get in there without being spotted before you even got to the roof. Unless somebody
about
has the ability
Clive?
to go completely invisible.
I was just gonna ask about that. So, what if we use Clive?
I'm sorry, who?
Clive. He is a strange type of magical helper that we have. He has the ability to create copies of himself to do other things, and he can move through phone lines. Not exactly how helpful he'd be here, unless we made a call into the church, but I don't see them picking up a phone anytime soon.
And it's been abandoned. I don't foresee them having a phone there.
But Charlotte would have her phone. Even though it's not on her, we could call her phone, and that would give Clive the in.
I'm not sure they would let her keep anything on her.
But
Like, didn't
her-
she carry several different things, amulets and stuff?
Yes, but even though they would taken it off of her, the phone would still be in the area.
Then what would we have Clive do if he appears there amongst so many cultists and
He
other
can
things?
be a distraction when the time comes.
Fair. Okay. So we have somebody as a distraction.
And we hopefully will have me as a distraction.
How are you going to be a distraction?
I am going to try to make a connection with Zazek.
And how do you plan on making said connection?
I am a diviner, and I am going to attempt to just divine just a few moments into her future. every time that let's just say that I've connected with her a few times already.
Zizek has been able to make actual physical contact with her through that divination. So we're wondering then maybe if that can distract Zizek while we're on the attack.
But
hard
we
to
need to
say.
be in position first then. So that means you need to be somewhere nearby and safe.
Right.
And I don't know. I've never tried it, and of course I don't have time to research it. But I don't know if anyone could piggyback with me when I am divining.
It's your
Because
magic. I can't speak to it. I have no idea.
Jerome, can she make like an occult roll or something to know if that's even a possibility with her divining?
Sure. Intelligence and occult. Difficulty 8.
okay, 9 dice. Please be nice to me, please, please, please.
Go.
I am begging you.
I was wondering if you guys were going to get that deep cut there. It's been a while since he's been in gameplay.
Yeah, hooray! Go Ryan.
Okay. So my 10s are going to explode, but I don't know how to make them explode in this. So
It's fine. If you get a 10, just count it as one more.
what happened?
Oh, you're supposed to use the /MM roller, not the
Oh,
other one.
okay. That's what happened. Okay, 8. Okay, that I know how to make them explode. Be nice, be nice, be nice.
Or
4
successes.
Usually-
successes.
Nice.
I'm usually so good at remembering how to roll, but lately it's been rough.
Yeah,
Here we go.
I know.
So, yeah, you were absolutely certain, 100%. That is not how that power works.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have time to really research it. So I don't think.
It
And I don't
sounds
want-
like you're
I
going to
don't
have
want-
to rely on yourself.
I don't want to try it and end up messing it up.
The goal won't be to defeat her, it'll be to distract her. So if you do that, then once you make contact and she sees you, it's going to be a matter of just keeping her busy. Because maybe if she's distracted on that level, that might distract her in the physical too.
I would try. For Joe.
Petra?
2 thoughts. First of all, what are the odds you think Petra would have had Kevlar in her armory?
You mean on your person or?
Not on my
In the home.
person, but like
in her
the house.
cardigan.
I'll give you odd or even.
Odd.
You have a suit.
Okay. And then
vest, I should
secondly, could we call Clive and ask him to bring some from the NOS headquarters?
You could certainly give him a call.
Okay, so I'm gonna go inside and get that Kevlar, and while I'm there, while I'm doing that, I'm gonna call Clive and see if he can bring some more.
And probably fill him in on our plan to use him as a distraction.
So when you go to call at this point, you can see that there's no signal.
Shoot. I was wondering if that's going to happen.
Is the Wi-Fi down?
The Wi-Fi is not down per se, like you can connect to your network, but there's no internet.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and get mine anyway, and some more clips probably, and hand those out, and then I don't know. I'll ask the group, or I'll tell the group that I've not been able to get through to Clive. Who needs this the most? I could use it, but I also
What out of character?
can
What is
heal.
this?
The Kevlar.
Okay.
So somebody who's
Perhaps myself, since I am going to be distracted.
all right, I'll hand it to her and say I haven't been able to make contact with Clive. Do you think it's worth stopping at the NOS building to get more?
I'm not sure we even have the time for that.
Yeah, Yang confirms.
Oh, you know,
he's
you're
like,
right.
Yang
You're right,
shakes his
because
head and he's like, "Yeah, we
already
we have
outside
to
of
go
town, you're
straight
right.
there. And if our best plan is a distraction, that's what we have to go with."
Okay, it's worth a try.
Okay, so at this point, everybody is just saddling back up, getting in a car. Obviously, there's more at this point to go around, so you guys aren't all
So
mashed
my
into one.
my car's here too. Someone we can take my car
Right.
as well.
I want to skip ahead. I'm not too worried
Oh,
about
okay.
the divvying up.
Okay.
But obviously, there is some concern from the others about having Ryan along. You know, they don't trust it. But Yang is leaning on Petra for that decision, and obviously Sean is leaning into Petra as well for that. So if Petra
Petra's just ready to go.
yeah, if Petra isn't freaking out about
All
it,
hands
then
on
he's
deck.
going to try and keep him in line. So you guys drive through, because her place is on Tybee Island, but the north side. So you end up hanging around, going down south, and you can actually see it not far away. That the whole block is kind of a mess. Like there's some damage to homes and whatnot, and it looks like at one point in time maybe there were some barricades put up by the police, but there's no cops here anymore. Getting past barricades is not an issue. You just bump your car into the barricades. They'll come open. They're just mostly there for the symbolism of it all. But as you start pulling up and getting into a reasonable proximity of that place, everybody starts getting out and fanning out and whatnot. And Yang says, he just looks around and he's trying to take control to some extent because there really isn't much of a plan outside of the one distraction. And he says, okay, so if this is how we're going to do it, face mask woman, I apologize, I didn't catch your name. Do whatever it is you're going to do to throw a hitch in their plan or distract them. We're going to follow up with a direct frontal at that point, because collectively we can probably do the most damage and take the most, and the rest of you are going to need to run up behind it and see what you can do about taking on anything behind us. This is, and he looks to his pack mates, and they're all just kind of resigned, like this is probably how it's going to be.
Okay, so Cassandra will kind of move a little bit away from everybody. She will kneel down. She will put like a small blanket down. She's going to cast bones, but before she does, she's going to say, "Forgive me, Clive." She's going to put something in her mouth, which is a little bit of acid, and she's going to open herself up completely to make that connection with what's her face.
Sure. Okay, so at that point, so we're going to need to go into initiatives at this point, but just so I'm clear on this, because of the way everything is positioned, Sly, Petra, Cade, Charles, Sean, and Courtney, and Tom are all going to have to run in from your position. Just so you guys know what exactly is happening in the scene.
Jocelyn too.
Yes, thank you.
She's gonna fly in.
I got way too many NPCs.
Like a bullet.
Okay.
Do we have any other onlookers watching us do this, or are we kind of isolated from?
No, you guys
public.
appear to be pretty isolated from where you're at. So,
Okay.
Do you
Sean,
want me to
Joss-
like roll for NPCs a little?
No. I've got it. I just need to write them down so I remember them all.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we need to roll initiative.
And, yes.
All right, let me go ahead and roll initiative.
Do you need us to roll, Davy? Oh, we lost Davy. I have a 13, Jerome.
Yeah, I think we lost him because he tried to roll. So, can somebody
Yeah.
roll for Davy, please?
I will.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Oh, wow. So, Davy got a 13, or who was that?
Mm-hmm.
15
Okay.
for Sly.
Okay, nice.
Dex plus wits.
Dex
Mhm.
plus Whist and 1d10.
I'm sorry, Davy. That's a 1 for your 1d10.
Yeah, he was able to roll.
Yeah, it looks like he was actually able.
Was he?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was able to roll. I got me a 13.
That's a
Dexing.
Lot better than what I rolled for you.
10s explode on initiative, right?
Nope.
No.
You betcha.
Oh,
So,
that's the case.
18.
I got
They double explode, so you get like
Nice.
twice the amount.
34.
Mm-hmm.
so we
Hashtag
got
girl math.
we got Davy at 13, Shelly at 13, Brittany at 18, Dale at 15, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And Abby and Rachel, obviously, at the appropriate moment, I will be rolling for you guys. Or
dun, dun, dun.
we will call for the roll for you guys.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
NPCs with you guys are Josh, Sean, Courtney, and Tom, correct? Outside of the pack.
I think that's what you said.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And Ryan.
Woo.
Oh yeah, and Ryan.
Oh, thank you. Goodness.
Yeah, he's kind of important here.
Yeah.
Right.
Good
Oh.
call.
Yes.
Can I ask a plan question?
What?
So we're leaving the Black Spiral Dancers to the Sharkmen, right? And we're headed straight into that building.
That would
To
be
take
a
on the
big
cultists?
negatory.
Oh, okay.
I could tell you that right now. That's a big negative. You guys are gonna have to do something about it.
Okay.
Wait, do something about what?
Black Spiral Dancers.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's only so much these guys can take on, and they're going to be taking Zyzak, that big bat thing, as well as all the cultists that try to jump in any Black Spiral Dancers. So, unless you want them all to die.
So
All right.
then,
So now that we have initiatives rolled, 1 second. Go ahead and roll your magic at this point.
Who are you talking to?
You're the one casting magic,
Oh, okay.
unless I missed something from everybody else.
I'll also cast magic.
Yeah, you said that, and I was like, wait, what am I? Wait.
No, Davey, you tap magic is what you're doing. You're,
Oh.
you're suddenly breaking out the cards and like you're like, I've got blue magic for this.
2 blue, 3 colorless.
I know. Yep.
Oh, I did it again.
Summon
Dang it.
minion.
There we go.
I want a minion.
You have activated my trap card.
You do have a minion. You
Okay.
have your little
5.
blue wizard.
Yes.
All right. So, whew, okay. So at this point, here's a bit of narration here for a moment. So, you cast your magic. You start divining as to what's going to happen, and there's a brief split instance as you start. Immediately, Zyzak sees you. And it's almost as if it's real time. And she's winding up with her whip, and you can actually hear the snap of those barbs as it wraps around your neck.
Okay.
And starts to yank you forward. Time slows to a stop for everyone. Everyone except Sly.
Can Sly like move around and like see people stopping or whatever?
Yes.
Or
Yeah, like
okay.
you actually see, like everybody's getting ready to run, and then you see everybody start to slow down and kind of come to a stop. You see the whip grip Cassandra and that sheer look of terror as it forcibly connects, and it looks like it's either going to rip her head off or rip her through wherever it came. It's basically like it materialized from you did what, the water? That's what you said.
Bones.
Well, okay, so wherever she threw bones, it's like it came out from there, almost as if it just sprung from nothing.
Okay.
And then you end up seeing somebody come walking from around the corner. There's kind of a radiant look about him, slightly white and golden in hues. Simple robes. As he approaches, you don't need to roll to identify him. He says, "Hello, brother."
Is this? I take it. Can I tell if this is like Azazel or somebody else?
Michael.
Oh, wow. Okay. So he's taken aback. He takes a step back and goes, "Michael, what? What are you doing? Why are you here?"
He points and looks up around. It's the apocalypse.
Right. I'm just wondering whose side you're on this time. That's all.
Do you think there's other sides to this?
Well, there was eons ago when we tried to protect humanity. But then we were cast out for it, weren't we?
I am aware of that misconception, yes. There's a lot more to that than you were aware. That even we were aware of. But I didn't come here to split hairs with you over that particular decision. What's done is done. I did want to ask, since we have a moment, what have you done for Sylvester lately?
You've stopped time to ask me what if...
I'm asking you about yourself. It's been some time since we've spoken.
Well, admittedly, haven't had a lot of time with knowing that the apocalypse was coming, but my plan was to find the one that killed his family.
As I understand it, and forgive me, I'm actually not omniscient. It is a legitimate question, but didn't you have that information? At least at one point?
I did. But just never had the opportunity to go after it. There was always something happening trying to prepare for this. I found myself wanting to make sure that we didn't lose everybody.
So, forgive my ignorance, but who is everybody?
Humanity.
So you're speaking broadly, then, not just. He kind of looks around. The people you surround yourself with.
Well. All right. Yes, I care about everybody here. And plenty of that is Sylvester.
Well, I
like
wasn't.
To think some of it's me.
I wasn't meaning the splitting of the two, but you as an individual, because I don't need to repeat the process, but when you came back, you bonded with the individual. So it's interesting. Forgive my curiosity to see the people you are. Would you call them friends? Are they family?
Well,
You seemed
for,
close when I've peeked in occasionally.
I'd like to say they're friends. But why not? We help each other. We're on the same team, like old times.
It's an interesting team that you find yourselves on, but no judgments. It is a side effect of humanity, I would imagine.
I suppose so.
And as he approaches, you realize he's actually a lot taller than you, which, in a way, you're like, I've had that at one point in time. I was a lot larger. It's small
Yeah.
person envy, just by extension, by unfortunate circumstance.
Right.
But he sits down on one of the cars casually, and he says, and I'm not meaning to poke, but you had the information for Sylvester and you did not follow up on it. You deemed, he looks around and he says, these people as perhaps a higher priority. Would that be unfair to say?
It's not unfair.
I'm simply making an observation. As I said, I'm not attempting to point fingers.
That's fine. I don't take offense to calling those here my friends and choosing to help them. I mean,
How very unselfish of you.
I suppose so. Well, am I being judged or I still don't
No, not.
understand why you're here.
I understand. It's perhaps there will be another time that I can further explain this, that it would make more sense. Obviously, he looks around. There's a bit of a crisis, which I think would be fair to say.
Yeah.
But I must say, before I begin on that, I'm elated to see your unselfish actions.
Well,
And
take that as a compliment.
I would like to offer you an opportunity.
Which would be what?
Forgiveness.
With the creator.
Correct. Is it really so hard to imagine now that you've lived among them for so long?
Everything we've done, everything we did, it was for me, it was for them. And he points that like everybody who's around him, like humanity, no matter what shape they managed to take on for themselves, they were our children. We made them.
What if I told you that was actually a selfish act?
How so?
I understand this now only because of the choice that we were given. Imagine for a second, which I'm sure you can, we were all created for a specific task. We weren't created for choice, were we?
Not really, no.
But humanity was. And in a way, the Morning Star took that away from everyone. They were always given the option of choice. Our Creator specifically indicated that at the garden. But we did not. We were created to serve and serve alone. And that is why it was such a drastic change for all of us when this was forced upon us. None of us really understood what that meant because it was a completely foreign option at that point. We who chose the Creator, you who did not choose the Creator, none of us understood choice. I only understand that now from having observed humanity. And here you are now, actually making a choice to stand for those individuals around you, not because of Morningstar's propaganda, because you believed whatever that purpose was. You made the choice for them. But now, unselfishly, you're making the choice to stand with them. That is potentially righteous.
Well, you're telling me all this at a hell of a time, Michael. What can I say?
I mean, he shrugs. I mean, did Moses or Lot or any of the other individuals really get it at a better opportunity? He says, well, Noah had a heads up. Jonah ran from it. So I suppose there's some instances where there was better timing. But let me further explain. Seek forgiveness from the Creator for your actions and the first rebellion. You will be given a measure of your celestial nature back to assist those around you and to stop what has befallen the world around you. That is his promise to you for simple repentance. But should you not wish to repent, he understands that as well. But you will not be given power or assistance. You will be left to your own devices, as you have always been, but with this warning that I am giving to you. Someone will die tonight. Because you will not have the ability to prevent it. And he looks around and he says, you are the only, and he looks and he says, wait, Mazikeen? Huh. Anyways, he looked at Jocelyn when he said that.
Okay.
And he says, you are the only one with the acumen and potential fortitude to see this to the end. And if you think about it, and he says, Kumail kind of helped you to this point. Admittedly, he did not know directly what the Creator's plan was, but he was following his instincts, much like any other human would be.
My angel.
If I do this, I forsake my brothers, but
You forsake no one.
Wouldn't I, though?
That is the pride of the fall. Are you not concerned with yourself?
In a way, I can't be. I have so many that are depending on me to do what I need to do to help them.
And he motions with his hand. Pythanagal was there at the fall. Do you owe him anything?
Make a good point. If it's all going to be for humanity, it's all I've ever really wanted. But
And that's why you've been given this opportunity. A mistake doesn't need to be lifetime.
then what do I do? How do I atone? How do
You
I...
simply use your words. You know how the humans pray. He'll hear you. It doesn't have to be elegant. Although, admittedly, old King James was kind of flattering.
He looks up the sky with all the, raindrops hovering in the air.
Which is, now that you've
time.
actually looked up, is weird because it's like a Matrix thing. It's like everything
Yeah.
just stopped, like right there.
He looks up at the sky and goes, I've only ever wanted to help the children you guided us into creating, for we felt as if they were of us as well. And I never wanted to take away their agency. I only ever wanted them to live. I understand what Michael's telling me. And I'm sorry for what I've done. I just want them to live.
So he nods and he says, and he leans in and whispers, good words, brother. He takes a moment to kiss you on the top of your head, and you immediately feel the weight of everything just come off of you. Obviously, still some things you want to take care of. Tom, or not Tom, but Sly still has some lingering doubt in the back of his head that things he never accomplished.
Yeah.
Doesn't solve the issues or frustration you may have had with Petra, but a lifetime of guilt, of being at odds with who is essentially your family,
Right.
just falls away like it was just nothing, like it just dissipates into nothing, and you have this calm that you haven't felt. Well, Sly has never felt. He's never been this calm, but you recognize it well
Right.
before the fall.
Mm-hmm.
You're finally in tune on some level on the physical plane of what that felt like once again. And Michael says, brother, you have chosen wisely. The weight of your burden is one I cannot fully comprehend, but I see the light in your choices shining like a beacon amidst the shadows. You have embraced humility and love, and in doing so, you have rekindled the spark of compassion that once made you one of heaven's most radiant heralds. Your heart, Calobrian, still beats with the fire of purpose. And though your path has been long and dark, today will mark a new dawn. The Creator has heard your plea, and in his infinite grace, he grants you not only forgiveness, but a blessing to aid you in the trials ahead. The earthbound demon Pythonigal, corrupted by his own hubris, seeks to shroud the field in chaos. But you, reborn in purpose, shall now have the clarity to see through that veil. His avatar's position will be revealed to you, and this knowledge will serve you both as weapon and shield. Use it well, and remember, this redemption is not merely a victory for you, but those who walk beside you, those you care for and protect. I will be watching with hope and pride in my heart as you take these steps towards your rightful place among us once more. May your heart remain steadfast. May your purpose be unwavering.
Thank you, Michael.
And with that, he steps away, and everything is starting to slow back up, giving you a second to get back in like a running position or get ready, keep up with everybody. And to everyone else, it's as if nothing has ever happened.
All
They
right.
never saw any of this. And then everybody starts running into combat.
Sweet.
One second, I gotta type something here real quick.
Hey, is that the Archangel Michael back there? That's really weird. Wow.
Yeah, you guys never saw, but
Well,
good
I'm
guess.
sorry.
Good guess.
I'm sorry.
Did
Yeah.
we lose Brianna?
Yeah, she had to drop offline.
Okay.
Apologies.
Oh no, you're fine.
I hope she enjoyed herself.
Okay, there you go. Dale, you need to look at your messages.
Gotcha. Okay. Got it. All right then.
So now everybody running into combat. All right. So Charlotte, you didn't roll for initiative. I need you to do that right now.
Okie dokie. And it's
Dex and wits and 1d10.
Dex and wits. Okay. I remembered wits. I was like, but what was the other one? It's okay.
Oh, I think she may still be watching the stream or something because she did actually hear that, and she says, "Tell the group I did."
Oh,
Nice.
She likes all of your. She likes all of you, and then is really enjoying your characters.
Excellent.
and
So you got a
9.
9.
I was like 4. What?
Gotcha.
No, I got it. 9.
You know what else 9 stands for, right?
No.
9.
Oh, no.
I'm kidding. So, but this is what you end up seeing. So Cassandra, that whip cracks through, and as you guys are just now starting to run into combat, you end up seeing Cassandra get pulled through her bones, just like from nothing. And then where you're shackled, Charlotte, it's like kind of like almost like nothingness up in the air, like she cracked her whip upward, and then you end up seeing Cassandra come falling through, hitting the ground hard. Cassandra, you take an ag from the whip, and you take a lethal from the fall as you bash down onto the ground. The chanting and everything's still happening, but Zyzak ends up shouting, "They're coming!" And then in a moment, from a shimmering pool that had formed on the floor, you end up seeing. Is it 4? Hold on a second. I think it's 4. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Yes, 4. So you end up seeing 4 beings like jump like from that puddle in kind of the same sense. Like there's no mental logic how anybody could have fit in such a like let alone 4 large individuals. But out pops a large, like a massive looking minotaur sort of creature wielding a gigantic silvery axe. A large looking dragon, a man dragon, like a were dragon sort of thing jumping out. Of course, Bill, flies out as his gigantic were shark looking thing, and then standing actually wrapped around his hand, you see a snake of Yong's hand. Consummate V's? I am lost. I have no idea what that means. You could just tell me, Brittany. You don't have to type it. Oh, wow. Not only did she not tell me, instead of just vocalizing it, she explained in the chat. Okay. No, he's not Trogdor. So, as you see them like jump out, and immediately Yang ends up doing this with his hand that has a snake on it, almost like flicking it off, into the air, and it flies right over, like, and he yells "Seek," and the snake goes flying. Unfortunately, misses Zizak, but there was a what appeared to be a black spiral dancer coming in from the back, because Zizak had yelled something was happening, and in that instant, the snake transformed into a were-snake, basically Snake in Krynos form, bearing down gigantic cobra-like fangs and just impales that black spiral dancer as if they were spears. Just you can see them poke out the backside, and there's a brief shiver of that one black spiral dancer, and he's dead in an instant.
Nice.
Combat has initiated. Right at the top of the combat round, Cassandra and Charlotte would notice this. Because the others are running there. You guys would see the one. I'll let you know about the other in a second. Hang on one second. Oops, I'm looking at the wrong one. Here we go. Here, perfect. Okay, so the first thing you guys see, as Zizak is attempting to like direct traffic and start getting everybody rallying around to attack the shifters that surprisingly materialize in the middle of the room. As Zizak regains her momentum, the air grows unnaturally still. A low, solemn hum ripples through the church. The red star wavers, its light flickering, and the oppressive darkness feels slightly less suffocating for a brief, hopeful moment. Suddenly, a single piercing ray of sunlight breaks through the swirling clouds. Keep in mind it's nighttime. Descending from the heavens like a divine lance, striking the ground just outside the church's crumbling entrance. The light is pure, golden, and unwavering, pushing back the corruption around it and forming a small, sanctified circle on the stone steps leading to the church door. The light feels warm and calming, bringing a sense of peace and resolve, a reminder that faith and hope can still pierce the darkest of times. It is both a symbol of God's presence and a sign from Takanta Sonak, a reminder that even in the end, Gaia's warriors are not alone. Charlotte and Cassandra, you would feel and Petra in this as well, actually including Sly. You would feel an overwhelming sense of comfort and courage emanating from that light. Like there is something way different. It's not blanketing it, but it's something piercing the darkness. There is a great significance to whatever this is. But Cassandra and Charlotte, you would see that the light is not an accident. It's deliberate, aimed, and purposeful, a gift from something greater. Meaning, it may have a cure for corruption.
She is just going to look up. She's going to have a hold of that whip, but she is going to look up at Zizak and just smile at her.
Those of you who are inside, so it's going to be Cassandra and Char. Actually, no, everybody would see part of this, but you're not going to fully understand the significance. So as Zizak's chanting reaches a fever pitch, the ground beneath the church rumbles ominously. A low, mournful howl echoes through the sky. A thundering sound, like the crack of a planetary collision, reverberates through the area, making the air itself shudder. Above the broken church roof, the blood-red sky swirls with dark, storm-tossed clouds, and for a moment, it almost appears as if the red star is wavering, fighting to maintain its dominance. Suddenly, a streak of silver light tears through the sky, moving faster than anything natural, leaving a trail of shimmering, glimmering dust in its wake. The object splits into several fragments, each no larger than a human fist, and plummets towards the earth, trailing smoky blue flames. The largest fragments crash down onto the beach nearby, 100 yards from the desecrated church, embedding themselves in the sand with a thunderous impact. Small fragments scatter around the shoreline, leaving smoldering divots into the sand. The largest piece glows faintly, with silvery blue light, almost like a beacon in the dark.
Okay.
So we are it's going to take everybody a combat round to get in range at this point, unless Cleobrian wants to cheat.
Let's see here.
Petra can as well.
Oh.
It would require activation of supernatural speed, but that will get you up there fast.
Right.
Would my speed be able to get up there or no?
What do you have?
Light feet. With a willpower, I can move +3, and my movement is 8. So
you won't have any extra actions, but it will clear the distance for you. Absolutely. Forgot about that. Great question.
I don't know if I want to get up there and have. No, actually, no. I know what I want to do. Yeah, I need to turn on my shield first.
Let's see. Yeah, so he's not going to activate with these powers here. Would he have to spend some sort of energy to activate it, or no? Oh, okay.
No, he does not.
All right. Well, then in that case,
he's got the creator on drip right now.
Nice. All right. Then he'll go ahead and activate his 2 points worth of that bonus speed.
So at that point, you guys, as you're running up, you see Sly do something he hasn't been able to do, and he starts to blur forward. Right beside you is Ryan, who has pulled off some sort of jagged-looking weapon from his arm.
Right, nice.
Oh, and speaking of which, although I didn't get the chance to explain this, he looks like a very dark, and if you hadn't have actually heard him spoken, a very evil, possessed-looking werewolf.
Does he look much different from the Black Spiral Dancers?
Yes. There is a way to tell them apart. Black Spiral Dancers look like mutants, in essence. Corrupted mutants. He looks like an undead werewolf.
Okay.
So very pale, kind of blotchy hair a little bit.
Gross. Okay.
Like Lupin from Harry Potter.
So Petra, are you going to blur or no?
I haven't decided how is best to fight these guys because every time I run in, I die. But also, they won't respond to bullets super well. So
I need a choice here really quick so we don't make the game go on long.
How long would it take me to get into range for a firearm? Like, or
For a
were
firearm,
you talking?
you could actually start shooting right now.
Okay, then let's just do that for now. So I'll pull out my carbine
Okay.
and let her rip.
Okay. So you can take a shot with that.
Shall I roll?
I would hope so. Otherwise, it's an automatic fail.
All right, I guess we'll do that. Dex and firearms. Difficulty 6. Five successes.
Nice.
All right. So that is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Damage is 8. So can I re-roll that?
You can't re-roll damage rolls.
I can't re-roll damage. That was a stinky roll.
It was terrible.
We'll just
That
wave
was
your
very
hand and
sad.
wait till next time.
Okay, one success.
So it connected, but it didn't look like it quite had the damage of effect that you had wanted. Sly, at this point, you will be able to act with one action next round. Charles, you are in hand-to-hand range at this point, as is Ryan, Courtney, Sean. So Joss is running in. Courtney and Sean were sort of they're moving alongside Petra at this point, kind of moving and firing. So just trying to, if nothing else, suppressive fire to try and keep everybody occupied. So that's currently going on. Everything is erupting now on the inside. As the two of the Black Spiral dancers from the outside had started to come in. The cultists are still chanting. They're not going to break, so they're in position. Katamaros at one point takes his giant hoof, in his Minotaur form, and just place kicks one of them right in the head, and just sends gray matter everywhere. Just bam. But of course, they're getting swarmed. Those of you who are on the inside, Zizek has to pull back and lets go of Cassandra with the whip because she has to deal with Swim Silent, who is Bill, giant were shark. She may be all that in a bag of chips, but he's no joke. So she's like, oh crap, and starts fighting there. Yang is obviously stepping up to fight her as well. So they're trying to double team her, and she's fending them off fairly well, but she obviously can't maintain on Cassandra. And you hear Cassandra and Charlotte, you end up hearing Yang yell, somebody needs to retrieve those rocks. And then and it's a blur of just hacking and slashing, whips and claws, and just bestial roars and everything. It's truly terrifying.
Rocks.
Do I see rocks?
Unfortunately, no, you don't. You guys are on the inside.
Hmm.
Can I relay what Yang said to Az?
Oh, to Tom? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, at that point, he's like, you hear him, he's like, rocks? What the bloody hell do I want with rocks? I'm supposed to come here and help you.
I'm right here. I can't go anywhere.
What? Do you want me to get rocks to break you from chains? I've got a
No.
gun.
Never mind. Young just said there's rocks. Never mind.
So yeah, so I mean, you can hear him outside firing on the, firing to lay cover fire down too. So, all right, Joe, roll your stamina.
Stamina. Let's see. Not very high. Stamina is only a 3. All right.
That's average.
On average.
Well, 3 is better. Yeah, above average.
All right. Rolls. One.
Don't forget, you also have willpower you could possibly spend.
Oh yeah, I'll do that next time.
So at this point, you've been trying to hold on now for almost 2 hours since this has
It's
happened,
rough.
and you can feel your body is just forcing toxins that you had no idea was was inside you, just all out and down your mouth, and you're near dehydration at this point. Your head is on fire, like, you've got the worst migraine of all, and worse yet, you feel talons in your very soul, as if it's trying to drag you down into a darkness that only you can feel and see.
Yeah. Does it feel like I'm being like drained of everything?
It feels like you're being changed.
Ugh, oh. Okay.
All right, so so let's get back to initiatives here. Oh, I forgot to roll. Wow. Looks like everything is happening on 13. So Brittany, you are first.
I'm on 18, and I already fired.
This is next round, yes.
Oh, okay, yes. I'm going to fire again.
Okay.
And sorry, I have to use my phone for Discord because my connection is being weird.
Okay.
Five successes.
Oof.
Heck yes.
Lordy. So that's going to add 3 to your damage.
I'll be back because I think I lost
Ooh.
Rachel.
Okay.
Okay. I rolled 11 dice and I get 1 success.
So at this point,
I need one of those blue rocks.
Shoot.
She goes quickly, uses her powers to race, and then comes back like she's got Simba on Pride Rock, just like.
Dang.
That's interesting to come back to.
Where's my angelic messenger with a power buff?
I know, right? Okay, so you have shot, at this point, you have a black spiral racing in Krynos form right to you. He's just slovenly, just trying, and he's got a weapon, mad and crazy eyes, as he's, coming at you, of course.
And he's probably in speed mode, huh?
Yeah. So your family obviously is starting to open fire on him. Not having great effect.
Is it too late to turn on Speed of Stag?
You didn't declare it top of the round, so yes.
Okay.
You want to catch that next time. So 18, 15, Dale. You are now up.
Okay.
You are actually right up to the church at this point,
Okay.
and you have So we have one black spiral dancer running out to meet the others. There's one on you and Ryan at this point, and then there's the chaos inside.
Okay. So first he's gonna reflexively work on turning on his apocalyptic form.
Okay.
Let me roll that. See if it works. Yes, only needed one success, so that's on. Okay. So with his form on, and you said there was one black spiral
Yes.
running after randoms. Okay.
Right. Basically coming to engage you and Ryan, since you were basically running at the same clip.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Does it feel like he can tap into his high torment abilities? Like, would that mess with his penance he's
Oh,
just
I see.
made?
No.
Okay. Then. Yep.
I mean, obviously, you'll take the point of torment or whatever it causes, but
Right. Yeah. So yeah, he's gonna go all out. It's the end of the world. He's gotta work to stop it. So he's gonna take on 4 temporary torment. And that's gonna activate all 4 of his high torment abilities.
wow, someone's hulking up.
Yes.
Yep, he's going for the gusto.
So anyone who sees this would see him normally in his like glamorous, angelic form, but now he has rapidly generated claws, teeth. He has increased his size, so he is now like a couple of feet taller than he was before, and strange mouths appear all over his body with sharp teeth within them. A lot of them speaking like profanities and stuff, and just like weird, creepy things. So he's turned into kind of a big old hulking monster dude. And he's gonna use that to see if he can fight this black spiral that's on top of him.
Okay.
Sandra's virgin ears will never be the same.
Her virgin ears are 2,000 years old. For sure she's heard it before.
Let's see here. Okay, so he has that power. So he's going to work on trying to grapple, like put this black spiral kind of like in a bear hug type of a thing.
Okay.
So I take it that's going to be
Dex and Brawl.
Dex and Brawl. Okay, cool. Good. Apologize. Have to bring up the other book and stuff. Probably should have done that earlier. Nature Beast. Gonna see that. Okay, here we go. That goes up by.
Yeah, luckily I took a nap because I figured this was going to be a long game.
Okay, so 3. Okay, and he's also going to burn. No, he's not going to burn a will this time. Okay, so Dex and Brawl.
I don't think Abby and I could handle having to wait another week, another 2 weeks, if this doesn't end tonight.
Maybe not.
Shoot.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Only one success on that attempt.
Okay. So you're still adjusting to the changes in you.
Yeah.
And letting it all hang out at this point. So you have come at him with far greater strength than you anticipated. You kind of got a hold of him, but the way he thrashes around, it's kind of matching your strength, and you don't have him like in a full grip.
Okay.
More of like a sophisticated game of two people that don't really know how to wrestle, but they know grab the arms or something and try to overpower. So it's awkward. It's
So we're vying for
uneven.
position, kind of.
Yes,
Yeah,
very much so.
Got it.
Okay, so that's what's happening with you. That that was 15. We are now at 13. So David so Davey, Shelley, and the others. So David, what you doing?
Let's go ahead and turn on shields.
Okay. You have run up. There are actually no black spirals on you. So if you want to jump in and start trying to mix it up on the inside of the church, you can, or you can attempt to try and thwart the werebat.
Oh man. I'm gonna need help with the werebats.
You can do it.
Can somebody roll 6 d10 please at a difficulty 6, please?
We'll do that for you.
What are you doing?
Turning on special armor so I can save ag.
All right.
Yeah.
You got 4 successes on that. It's on.
Nice. Okay, so the armor is on. So I have gone past Sly, and I have gone past Petra, right? And I'm inside.
Petra never used her supernatural speed. She's kind of advancing at normal, but firing as she goes.
It's not going to be the werebat. Who else is fighting that I can help fight with that I see?
You can actually take it directly to the cultists then.
Okay, all right. Let's just start stabbing cultists then.
Okay. Before you do that, give me a Dex and Athletics check. So can somebody roll his die pool for Dex and Athletics difficulty 6 as he jumps through the window, all flamboyant like? It's like I've done this in the movie.
So it's going to be 9d10 at a specialty.
Okay. And that's difficulty 6?
Yep. He's like almost all the die.
Yeah.
7 successes on that.
Okay. Oh yeah. Without even breaking stride, he's just knife handing it. In 1 second, he reaches back, yanks that sword out from his back real quick, and then does kind of one of those like parkour rolls real fast to land, to fly through the window, kind of as a side roll, hit and plant as he's sliding forward, and he's got his sword kind of leaning back like this, like as he's sliding on the dirt floor of this abandoned church, and you will be able to attack next round.
Okay, so where Cassandra is kneeling at the moment, how far is Zizek from her?
Zizek is only maybe, she's less than 5 yards.
Okay, and how far is Joe from her?
Joe is on the other side of the room. It would only take 1 action for you to get to her, though, creatively. She's maybe 20 feet.
Okay, what I want to do in this round is I want to get up, and as I'm running, I want to transform her hands into claws.
Okay, you're gonna need to make a roll for that.
Yeah.
So you're gonna kind of move and cast a spell. That's gonna be difficulty 7.
Okay. And I need to look because I think that is just. Yeah, I think that's just cult and intelligence, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to re-roll that.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Two.
Okay. So you're successful in casting your spell. You'll have to wait till next round if you're going to try and break her out, but you got your spell cast and you run right up there. Using your occult knowledge, whatever this has been cast or chanting or whatever it is, Joe needs help fast. She needs something that's going to rid her of this corruption.
That's kind of why I chose her before Micah.
Not too worried about it. I just want to make sure you're aware that she is clearly suffering from corruption, and like just looking at her, she's about ready to turn into something else. If it's not dead, it's not going to be good for you guys.
Right. Yep. Nope. I'm going. I'm coming, Joe. I'm coming.
Okay, so more fighting is occurring all over the place at this point. Sly, as you are grappling with the one Black Spiral Dancer, and he leans in to try and bite you. He ends up getting clocked right in the face by Ryan, just like straight hammer fist, pat, and caught him on the nose and shivered. And then with his offhand action, he ends up bringing around that jagged looking dagger thing. Yeah. Fang dagger, basically from Werewolf, and bam, catches him right in the shoulder, and the Werewolf howls in pain. He's not down, but he ends up getting caught really well. And it looks like to you at this point, Ryan has a death wish. Like Ryan is here to lay it all on the line, and as some sort of redemption. There's something about him that looks like, because he is very clearly not them.
Right.
He is something else, and maybe even something worse. And he wants to end it all.
Okay.
So he's absolutely fearless at this point, doing anything to put this thing down. You hear the roar at this point of this gigantic Chiroptian style creature, this Krynos like bat thing raising up in the air, or for visual effect, if you're fans of Fallout, it's very much like a giant scorch beast looking thing, just like and it's at this point so Swim Silent and Yong actually has a name too, I just haven't been using it. Fang of the Ancients. So Swim Silent and Fang of the Ancients are doing their best to keep Zyzak occupied, and she is just like, these guys look super impressive and monstrous and scary, and she's just like like it's like almost no big deal, which is even more frightening, that she's fending them off with virtually no problem. Katamaros, and then Arabella, who was the Naga of the group, has also tried to engage Zyzak. This is an all Farah pack.
Yeah.
And so she's going at it, and she is also quite adept. But between the three, Zyzak at this point is holding him off like it's nobody's business. She could probably fend off an entire pack. The only one who's broken off from this is Katamaros, who's trying to do something about the giant werebat, that's raised up and is swiping down, breaking parts of the church and just ripping it asunder all over the place. Sly, we're at end of actions, or end of the round. You have your multiple actions.
Okay.
Are you still trying to grapple, or are you just going to forego that and just attack?
With this, since I see him doing that, I'll just go ahead then and attack with a claw strike.
Okay.
Three successes.
Oh, okay. That's a hit. Roll damage.
Nice. Okay, so it's going to be 2 automatic damage, and then It's going to be a total of 5 damage.
Ooh, nice. Okay, so bam, that's lethal.
Ag, because he's got claws right now.
That's what I thought. Okay, so at this point, so you guys pin him up against, or well, the fight is kind of pinned up against the side of the building. Go ahead and roll your second attack.
Sweet. Three successes.
Okay, that is also another hit.
Okay. So then that's going to be a total of 2 ag damage.
Okay, so basically, this is what ends up happening. This is a prison fight. Is what it is. Like it
Dirty
gets in
fighting
there.
everywhere.
Oh yes, yeah. So it gets in there. It slashes at you. Go ahead and roll your soak because it does manage to land a hit.
Okay.
Of course, you have your armor and other stuff. So
Right. Is this
You are
ag
prepared.
damage coming?
it is. It's
his
claw
way?
damage. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. Shoot, I'm going to re-roll that.
Okay.
4 successes.
Okay. 4 successes. So you only take 1 point of ag damage.
Okay.
You don't even really feel it, but yeah, it's guttural, it's feral, it's like fast, it's slashing and whatnot. Like at one point, like you catch him and you stick him and he howls, and then Ryan ends up coming in with 3 rapid strikes with that fang, like it was a prison shake, just dot, 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 dot. And then you just see it in the next motion just collapse immediately down into a human form, like it lost its crinosis and collapses, sort of thing.
Nice.
And so it is the other Black Spiral Dancer that is. Oh, by the way, you end up seeing Joss run right past you, diving into the church. She has priorities. And at this point, Petra, would you like to make a dodge check?
I would actually.
Okay, why don't you do that?
That is Dex and Athletics. Difficulty 6?
Yes.
Four successes.
All right. So you managed to roll at this point as you see it's something coming in, but the way he's moving isn't a slash. It's almost as if it's summoning something, and this baneful energy erupts like an explosion around you. Go ahead and roll your stamina.
Two.
Oh, okay. Where did it go? There we are. Okay. So there's just this flash of light and there's buzzing in your ears and you can hear obviously more gunfire happening and yelling, and it's all kind of blurring together at this point, and you feel your body hit the ground limp.
Hit the ground what?
Limp.
Okay.
And you're stuck facing like one direction at this point, like nothing is moving for you, as you are currently crippled.
Oh. All the way to crippled, huh?
Yes. All the way to crippled. And the sounds of everything that's happening, like it's hard for you to even make out. There's obviously panic, there's gunfire, but it's all starting to not make sense anymore in your head. Like it's all like almost as if you're passing out. you're losing consciousness.
At least with Petra, we know that she doesn't half-ass anything.
Okay.
One second. Here we go. And then in a moment, again, your vision isn't still completely cleared. You're not quite hearing everything anymore, but you think you're on a bed.
Okay.
And there's a brief bit of light. Maybe it's that beam that you saw out there, or maybe it's a lamp.
The being that I didn't see.
No, the golden beam
light.
you saw, yes.
Oh, the beam. Sorry, I thought you said being.
No, sorry.
Okay.
But it also, for some reason, you're equating it to like a desk lamp sitting on a nightstand.
Mm-hmm.
And you know kind of where you're at, but for some reason your mind is thinking, why am I thinking it's morning? Like early
This
morning.
is where I crawl through the sidewalk, right?
Well, you can if you want to, or I can continue with the scene.
Go ahead.
No LSD for you.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
my bad.
Cassandra.
Oh, okay.
And then as you're trying to make heads or tails of everything, you feel something reach across you. And it's a little warm. There's a little bit of electricity to it. Not quite like static electricity, but like there's something like a little bit of a charge. And then you feel someone brushing. You feel a hand brushing your hair back from your face, and their touch is light as a feather. And you hear, "Hey, love, it's been a while, hasn't it? You always did have a way of getting yourself into trouble, didn't you?"
Is it Kian
Mm-hmm.
that I'm hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Can't seem to help myself.
So he takes a moment. You can feel him in that ever familiar way, sort of brushing your hair off your face, like he used to do first thing in the morning before you were going to work. And he says, "I know you're hurting, and I can feel it. But you're not done yet, Petra. Not by a long shot."
I'm doing my best.
I know. And for what it's worth, I think you're doing an amazing job.
Trying to keep them safe.
I know. Sean,
It was
Courtney,
it
Micah.
it was not supposed to be this difficult.
And that's my fault. I'm sorry. I keep thinking maybe there was something I could have done better. Maybe if I ate better or trained better. But cancer is cancer.
I know. I don't blame you.
I appreciate it, but I blame me.
Well, there's no sense in that. And what's done is done. We just have to move forward.
And we can. But right now, our family is out there fighting to survive. And they're counting on you to get back up. I know your bones ache, and I know your spirit feels very heavy. But baby, this isn't where your story ends.
What do you mean?
At that point, he leans in closer, and you can feel his breath like a soft breeze on your cheek. And he says, I wish I could be there with you, flesh and blood, fighting by your side. He says, God, I miss you. Not a day has gone by where I haven't thought about you or our life or our family. I still see you, you know, carrying on when the world tries to break you. And that's what I always loved about you. You're stubborn as hell and tougher than iron. And so then he whispers again as you're kind of mulling everything over. And you get a sense that his voice at this point is filled with both longing and pride. And he says, you've still got fight in you. I know you do. Just listen to me. Dig deep. Think about them. Think about all the reasons you've kept going, even when it seemed impossible. You're a survivor, Petra, and I promise, no matter what, I'm with you. Always. In every breath and in every heartbeat. You're never alone.
Miss you too.
It's you. But now I need you to get up, love. I need you to show them who you are. I need you to show them why you'll never break. And even when you least expect it, I'll be right here, watching over you every step of the way.
Thank you.
And as the vision fades, warmth lingers on your skin. And Petra's senses sharpen. Her muscles begin to respond, and slowly, achingly, she rises, with Kian's voice still echoing in her heart. For the rest of the duration of the fight, you are completely healed, and you will ignore all wound penalties.
Nice.
Very nice.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
There's my angel buff. We found it.
Yay!
It's funny that you said that too. I already had that plan. I was like, oh, we'll just wait.
Cool.
Okay. So we are now at, that was 13. Abby.
Okay. I am going to
Clearly now is the time to pull out all the stops.
Yeah. Well, first she wants to put on her angel shield.
Okay. You're going to need to roll to activate that.
Let me check. Add 4. No, it doesn't say.
Sly or Dale, what does she have to roll to activate that again?
You roll your willpower, difficulty 6. You only need 1 success for it to work.
Will difficulty 6. Okay. Sorry. The
No, you're fine.
information you sent me, it didn't say.
You're totally fine. I think I probably just told you what it did as opposed to how you activate it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, and by the way, Cade is here, but Cade ended up taking a direct shot and went down, unfortunately.
Okay, so I got 2 successes.
All you needed
It's
was
on.
one. Your armor's
Okay.
on.
Okay. Have my armor on. And now
Time to try and slip those cuffs.
yeah, I'm going to try and break through my chains.
So how are you going to break through? Do you have the strength to do that?
No.
Or should you switch to an animal that would allow you to slip out of the cuffs?
Okay, well, I'm going to slip into an eagle so I can fly out and grab those rocks.
Okay. Not a bad idea. Go ahead and roll your magic. So, intelligence and occult. Make that shifting check. Oh, is that Riley in the background? Oh, that's my boy.
I have a window right here next to my computer, and I have a ledge that has like a towel on it and stuff. It's a cat ledge,
Yeah.
but it hooks onto the window,
Yeah,
and
nice.
so he like parks up there.
You said difficulty 6?
Yes,
Okay, and my 10s explode on this.
they sure do.
No 10s, but that's 4 successes.
That is plenty enough. So, right. So, take off your points for activating your magic, if any, and you have suddenly become an eagle.
Fly like an eagle.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, seal suddenly sings for you for a moment.
Yeah.
So as you shift, obviously the chains attempt to stay a hold because you're shifting or whatnot, but you end up shifting to a form that they just fall to the ground and off into the air that you end up going. Okay, so we're at the top of the next round at this point. So we're at Brittany with 18. Now that you've recovered, Brittany.
Okay, so obviously I'm going to do speed of stag.
So as you're doing that, the explosion ended up hitting both Courtney and Sean. Sean is actually getting back up. It looks like he didn't suffer anything. He's holding on to his cross. And the Black Spiral Dancer is absolutely terrified of him, but is like having to maintain a distance. Courtney at this point is on the ground.
Is there one attacking her or
No?
Okay, so she's just on the ground. Okay, and I still have the one dancer in front of me.
That is correct. The same one that Sean is trying to fend off.
Okay, nice. Okay, so I need to roll for speed of stag. And then I'm going to use Via Ignis. Wait, can I? Shoot.
You can do both
This
because
whole
essentially
switching weapons thing.
Right, you're gonna have to drop your weapon if you're gonna pull it out.
That's fine. I can just drop it. Maybe Sean will pick it up or something. Or I can just grab it after. One success. Okay, so I get one extra turn.
Okay.
I really need more quickening, Jerome.
I know, huh?
Okay. And for Via Ignis, can I still pull out my sword on this first round?
Yes.
And that's what takes my
ultimately
action?
that's good. Ultimately that and the casting Via Ignis is going to take up that turn.
Okay.
So you'll have one action at the end of the round.
Okay, so in order to do that, I just have to roll
Intelligence and occult.
Okay.
Difficulty 6.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
Dumb. And that's a fail. So still no.
Okay. All right, so no Via Ignis, unfortunately, but you have an attack coming up at the end of the turn.
Okay.
We're at 15. Dale.
Okay. At this point, he's looking around. Can he see this avatar of Bethanical in the area?
Actually, you can. Because of the blessing that you have been given, he's one of the cultists.
Okay.
Perfectly blending in and chanting and whatnot.
Okay. So then he's
And
going
in fact,
to...
actually, before you continue, give me
Oh,
a perception and awareness check.
Okay.
Difficulty 7.
Okay. Perception, awareness. Down 1. Okay. I will spend a willpower on this.
Okay. And by the way, Davey just gave you a reroll.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Davey. 3 successes.
All right. So as you took a moment, now that this opponent is down, of course, it looks like Ryan is going to make a beeline on the inside as well. Or actually, no, he's going to attempt to take on the werebat, the monstrous creature that it is. As you're looking in there, and of course you immediately spot the avatar of Pathanagal that's in there. But in a moment of clarity, and maybe it's because of everything that you've already been through at this point, and everything that led up to this is kind of tied through you at some point, you look at it with clarity, and in that moment you realize this wasn't even Zizak. It was him all along. He was the true puppet master behind it all. There's just something in your gut that tells you that was actually the real cause.
So his real name is Agatha.
Yes. All along. Yep.
So this particular cultist I'm seeing is the one behind everything, is
Pathanagal.
Okay. Pathanagal was. Oh, I get you. Yeah. I was wondering that beforehand. Okay. So he's gonna start racing at him, and he's gonna yell like, "This is your last day, Pathanagal!" as he goes right after that one particular cultist to see if you can strike him.
Okay. Go ahead, and because you're yelling, so you have no stealth. So go ahead and roll to strike.
Yeah.
He's very passionate with his stealth.
Yes.
We'll go with that.
I'm hiding!
Shoot. I'm going to re-roll that. Two successes.
Okay. So you leap up kind of like over the crowd and dive at him, and he breaks from from his chanting and with the others, and you see him as if he never moved and slid over to the side like by 5 feet, and he turns and looks at you.
Okay.
So that was 15. We are now at the, oh my gosh, everybody's on the same turn, 13.
Go, Davey.
All right.
So, Davey, you just saw this. You saw your patron basically calling someone or something out and lunging at one person in particular. Do you want to focus on the other cultists or tag team?
No, focus on Abigail. Yeah.
Focus on Abigail.
What's her name? Or Pathanagal.
Okay.
Focus on
I was
Pathanagal.
going to say we have an Abby, and I don't know why you would want to
Not
focus
Abigail. No, not Abby. Abigail.
Okay.
I was like, I'm an eagle right now.
He's flying high in the sky.
Yeah. Okay.
Like
I'm
an eagle.
sorry.
All right. So
Pathanagal.
Charles, it's on you then. What are you going to do?
All right. Let's go. Sword in hand. Psychokinetic channeling weapon.
Uh-oh.
1 chi cost. So let me go ahead and
No, you have to say the activating word. And you have to say it with passion.
oh, you could put me on the spot now. I can't think of a word.
You have to raise it up in the air and go, "I have the power."
Oh yeah! Pulls his sword out of the
Naked,
power,
like,
and it
I will
burns.
run. I don't know. You
It
gotta say
bursts into this like purple flame.
say some
Yeah.
Street Fighter thing.
And he's going to go ahead and where is my? Give me a second. Fierce strike. At Pathonigal.
Okay, go ahead and roll your dex and melee.
Dex and melee. Can somebody roll, please?
Yeah.
9d10. And I think 10s explode, so add a specialty.
5 successes.
Nice. So at this point with his movement, he's kind of doing the if you've seen Samurai Showdown, where you come running and then you kind of and they end up slicing, but they keep sliding as they go.
Yes.
So he comes running, leaping with well, not leaping, but like running and sliding with a slash.
That's such a good movie.
So you end up connecting. Go ahead and roll damage.
What's his stamina at?
You have a soak of 8.
Woohoo! Somebody please roll 4d10. Difficulty 6, please.
Yeah, gotcha. 2 successes.
2 successes. All right.
Hey, there you go.
So as he comes in and strikes, you can see that he connects mostly with some sort of supernatural energy, and like a spark comes off, and even his weapon is just like blazing up in this sort of, it's completely unlike the fire that you've seen from Cade and Petra. It's almost as if essence is powering the blade now, and it's just got this crackling I don't know if you said purple, but like crackling energy coming off of it, and bam, ends up connecting. It looked like you may have caused a little bit of damage, but most of it did get deflected in whatever spell or magic that this thing has around him. Everybody else is still fighting. You see that even though she's fending off the other 3 fairly well, Zyzak sees that Cassandra is trying to go for Joe and reels back with a whip, and you see that Yang ends up taking it for her, like cracks him right across the shoulder, and he winces in agony as you see this like almost a festering wound rip open immediately. And then of course it's blur and feral noises and clashing of claw and fangs and bladed weapons and whatnot. Obviously more of the fighting's taking place outside. Courtney is still down. Sean is trying to fend off the Black Spiral Dancer, and successfully doing so with just his faith alone, basically rebuking it and forcing it to keep back. That brings us to
Me.
Shelly.
So, what kind of binds does she have?
They're barbed wire.
Okay. Can I tear through them with my claws?
You can certainly try.
Okay.
Don't fail, because you will hurt her if you do. Petra got a reroll.
Thank you kindly.
Are you going to roll, Shelly? We can't hear you.
So, it's Dex and Brawl, right?
Yep.
Okay. And I'm going to spend a willpower as well.
Go ahead.
So, okay, dice roller. Be nice. Be nice to Joe.
Change is good, I think.
2 successes.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Okay, so you rip at it. Go ahead and roll damage. Strength plus 1.
Strength plus 1, yeah. It's a fail.
Okay, so you got your hand tangled up in the barbed wire. Thankfully, you didn't hurt her, but it did not come apart like you had hoped. So you're better off probably trying to pry it off.
Okay.
From here on out. Okay, so that is you on 13. Already did Davey at 13. Abby.
Okay, I am flying up to go look for those rocks.
Up and away. You are an eagle, so spotting them is not a problem.
Mm.
So you go flying out there to find said rocks. 1 second. Here we go. So what you can tell, especially with your advanced eyesight right now, is that the air around the fragments shimmers.
Okay.
It's very clear that these are something important, but to who knows?
Okay, well, I try and pick one up with my talons.
Okay, so you end up scooping up the largest one, and when you touch it, it hums with the potential energy, raw, wild, and unbreakable.
I'm going to fly it in and take it to Yang, because he's the one that said we needed the rocks, so...
Okay. So you come, so your action is turn around and start flying back. All
Yes.
right, so we are at bottom of the round. Anybody with celerity actions can act.
Do I need to roll stamina again? Or
Sweet.
You do, yes. And Rachel, we're picking you up twice, so it sounds like you have like a microphone and maybe the webcam both picking up audio right now.
Weird.
I know.
She sounds normal to me.
Same.
Yeah.
I can drop and come back in. if
Nope,
that
you're good right
helps.
there.
That's weird. I didn't do anything.
Yeah. Well, it happened when you started talking like last round, and then it's like you slid from one voice to two, so it sounded slightly robotic, and then when you're talking right there, it went back. So
That's the corruption.
Yeah.
yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh God.
We better hurry, guys. Okay, so yeah, the bonus action. So Sly is he's not like that good at attacking, but he's gonna give it his all since it's celerity actions. He can't really like say things right now in celerity actions and have it make sense, can
Right, right.
Okay, yeah. So he's gonna go ahead and do his attacks against the Botanical Avatar.
Yeah, essentially, when people, in my opinion, and in my games, when somebody tries to talk in celerity, it's a lot like Blur from Transformers.
Right.
Like you'll say it, but it's not going to make any sense to anybody.
Right. Okay.
What if they're also in celerity?
Then they're still going to hear it in rapid form.
But would their ears understand it?
Negative.
Okay.
But they could record it and play it back slower, and then they could understand it.
Right.
Too much work.
I know.
So one success for the first strike at Pathanagal.
Okay. That's a swing and a miss.
Okay. And then 2 successes.
Okay. That's at that point, swing and a miss on that one too.
Okay.
But you have somebody helping you.
Yeah.
So you know, it's not all is lost. You may, put him in you may wind up putting him in a bad situation if everybody keeps swinging on him.
Yeah, that's kind of the hope.
Yeah. Okay. So so Rachel, would you roll?
I'm rolling now. I just want to let you know that I'm going to spend a will for an auto.
Okay.
2.
Yeah. See, it slipped back again, and I can hear you double.
That
No
is
big-
so weird. Okay.
I know. It's what it is.
Any better?
Mm-mm.
She's still one to me.
Yeah.
Seems random.
It's the corruption.
Well, I got 2.
So 2, you're fine. You're still hanging on, but you have virtually no strength at this point to even hold yourself up.
Does she know I'm there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, she knows somebody's there. She doesn't know necessarily you, but
Yeah, because Cassandra would be
somebody's
telling
hanging
her,
off of her.
"Hold on, Joe. I'm helping. Hold on."
All right. Oh, and I will stay. Yeah, before you do that, Charlotte, since you're above, everybody else is kind of engaged. You can see that the power in the desecrated temple or desecrated church is waning, and you think it has something to do with the fact that Charles and Sly are currently engaging some guy. He looks like a random cultist, but clearly
Interesting.
he's holding his own.
Drop the
Okay.
rock on his head.
Bonk.
Bonk.
Do that Levitar. Levase, whatever.
Leviosa.
Yes, Leviosa.
Okay, can I does lighting my weapon count as an action, or is it a free?
You can't do
I
it in
think
celerity action, unfortunately. It's for the
Okay,
same
so
reason
I'll-
you can't
okay.
speak, because
Gotcha.
you can't activate the power words.
Okay, so then I'll just take a swing.
Go ahead,
Hey,
roll.
Savannah. Okay. Dex and melee. Oops, not difficulty 0.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of like difficulty 0.
Yeah.
I got 4 10s
Damn.
and 2 1s, so 6.
Wow.
Woohoo.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Take a moment
Now
to thank.
just roll really good damage.
Take,
Yeah,
take a
you need
moment
to roll
to thank
that on
Kieran.
damage.
Kian. Okay. That is a hit. Roll damage.
All
It doesn't-
right.
You know, your hit. As long as you hit, it doesn't matter how many you roll. It's your damage, and so I always hit really good. Suck on the damage.
Oh!
Oh!
That's pretty good.
No way!
Finally, we're getting somewhere.
Yay,
Wow.
epicness.
It
Too
took
bad-
St.
too bad that
Courtney on the
wasn't-
ground.
Too bad that wasn't aggravated damage, but still. Woo!
I know, right?
So
Too bad the
spins
10s
around
don't
and
explode in that.
chang! You end up seeing that blade like slice right through the side of his, right through his side, and he reels in pain at this point. From everything that's happening. Okay, we're at the top of the next round at this point. Before we go further, I mean, fly back. You're already above Yong, Fang of the Ancients. Cassandra, go ahead and give me one more roll to try and free Joe.
What do you want? What do you want me to roll? My strength.
At this point, yeah, it's a strength check.
Okay.
And keep in mind, you might want to roll willpower.
Yep. 2.
2, okay. And Charlotte, you can see that the spark in Micah's eyes is almost completely out.
No.
Like he is looking like he is starting to become similar to the creatures that are around here.
No.
No. Okay, I am going to
Drop the rock on him. Hey, where'd that come from?
Well, remember, you guys don't know exactly what the rock does, but you do know that beam of light has something to do with curing of like plague and corruption. If you can somehow free him and get him over to there, that would probably be the safest bet.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I dropped my rock by Yong, and then if I can, I want to go over and just try and like bite to break.
With your beak?
Yes, with my beak.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a strength check. +1 die for beak.
Beak.
Beak. Pretty good. You got a +1 beak.
I mean, they're
I mean, those
I mean,
are pretty
they're
powerful things.
exactly. I was going to say
They
they're
are.
no
They're
joke.
really powerful. Yeah.
Maybe spend willpower.
Hint,
I
hint.
spend a will.
Yes.
What's my difficulty again?
Difficulty
Just
6. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm just gonna add the +1 in there. Okay. That's 3 successes because of my will. I didn't add
Okay,
any.
yeah. So you have got the ones on his arm off. You have to get the ones on his legs off. But like at this point, he ends up like buckling over, and with that, you see that Zyzak is becoming enraged and shouts. Get to standard initiative order at this point. And shouts that the scions need to be protected. Assemble immediately. Stop them. All right, so we are top of the round. We are at Brittany.
Okay, so speed of stag again. Man, rolling on my phone is dumb. Okay, 2 successes this time. Oh, shadow. It's my character sheet. Okay, and then you know what? I'm just gonna slice again because I think wait. Okay, so did we decide that that casting via Ignis is a free action or no?
If you're asking if you can do Speed of the Stag and via Ignis, then yes.
If I can do, because Speed of Stag,
Doesn't count
I
against
don't
you.
think, right. But can I do via Ignis and swing on the first round?
Not on that first round, no.
I wish I knew how many hit points he had.
I can, as a free piece of advice against from the GM, you want that ag damage up. It's a lot harder to
always
heal.
want ag.
Mm-hmm.
Because werewolves stink.
Exactly. And you've potentially got one or more attacks coming at the end of the round with your stag.
Then I'll go ahead and do that. Intelligence and occult. Two successes.
Okay, so you have activated via Ignis.
Okay.
Deus Volt! So you have activated your fire. You're ready to rock next round. Sorry if it's getting a little mundane at this point, trying to obviously get through the combat. Dale.
All right, so he is not going to activate his speed for extra actions because his action is going to be to exalt.
Okay.
And he's going to say, destroy the avatar! Destroy it! And now he's going to roll to see what he can give for a bonus to everybody.
Okay.
3 successes. So that's going to affect 4 people. So Charles, let's see here. Charles, Char, Cass, and Petra. You're going to get 3 bonus dice on your next roll.
Woo!
Nice.
That's his action.
Okay. So that was 15. We're at 13. Tom comes in at this point and starts spraying down some of the cultists with the gunfire. So he just kind of opened up like he's Scarface at this point, pumping rounds down range. Joss ends up dipping through the crowd right as he starts to shoot, and she grabs a hold of both Cassandra and Joe at this point, and just kind of rips him. Like, unfortunately, Joe ends up taking 2 lethal. Cassandra takes 2 lethal at this point, but rips her completely off of the cross. And you both kind of fall over towards the beam of light, and in an uncomfortable heap, just completely ungraceful. However, once that happened, like, Joss thought, okay, this must make sense, that there's something divine about it. Get her over there. Like, she's just panicked and is trying to save Joe, or if nothing else, just get her the heck out of here. That's her big priority, not really anybody else. And as soon as Joe ends up hitting this beam of light, you see her scream in pain. And you see, like, smoke smoldering off her body. Not flame, but smoke just smoldering off of her body. Almost as if something is being completely just burned away from her soul and her body itself. And then shortly after and this is all happening within a matter of almost milliseconds. It's all really fast. And then right after that, like, as the smoke is starting to dissipate, you see the skin of her body just flaking off with the smoke, as if somebody, like if it was just barely on there and someone hit it with a breeze and it just all started scattering. And the next thing you know is you see this body of skin that looks like it's cracked liquid magma, for her flesh, and her hair is replaced by this bonfire on top, and these hawk-like wings like appear out along, from the back. And
Scarlet Witch.
there's some stuff for you, Rachel, that you're going to need to take a look at.
Oh, goodness.
Angelic upgrade number 3.
That's a funny picture, Jerome, from the other one that you showed me earlier.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
I was actually really stoked. It obeyed my command completely for that.
That's funny.
So I was like, I know that, and I even put it in. It's like, I know you're probably going to have a difficult time with this one, because it's most systems like that, when it's vastly different from regular humans, it's going to freak out. Nope. It caught that one. I just wanted it for the visual.
That's cool. That's cool looking. That's funny that the belt is still there.
Well, that's because I literally had it take that model and I said, now do this with it. And so it kept everything in place and replaced all the rest of it. So I thought that was kind of cool. I'm actually trying to get the picture here real quickly. 1 second.
Fortunately, I can't open the first one you sent. I don't have Word, remember?
Go download OpenOffice. It's a free Word-like program. It lets you open it up, no problem. Where is doggone it? Thought I had that window open. I guess I don't.
Is it Apache OpenOffice?
Yep.
Like, what is it?
That's it. Here we go. Okay, and
Oh, wow.
That was amazing.
Whoa!
The belt, yeah.
The belt is funny.
Oh yeah.
With the diesel on it. That looks pretty dope.
Yeah. Dude.
All right, let me download this so I can read your stuff.
but the other one is your character sheet going forward.
Oh, good to know.
So while you're downloading that, you might want to open that up and take a look. It's going to explain a little bit.
Okay, give me a second.
But don't say anything out loud, obviously. So that's what happens, Cassandra. You're obviously terrified because you thought that was a good thing, and she starts screaming like she's in pain. And then you're like, "Oh, I'm going to get burned," even though you're not actually about to get burned. Your first instinct is, "Holy crap!" Because it looks like you would.
Because the first thing she's going to be going, Joe, are you okay? Are you okay? And then when she turns into a living lava ball, yeah, she'll backpedal
Okay.
a
Hey, we
little
have
bit.
Shark Boy and Lava Girl now.
Okay, let me get that sheet.
Hooray!
Okay.
She's gonna look at Jocelyn like, is this supposed to be happening?
I mean, it's all in this brief instance. Jocelyn's even taken surprise by what exactly happened.
Yeah.
So that is at 13. Shelly and Davey, we need your actions.
Go ahead, Davey, because I gotta think about mine.
Stab with
Okay.
chi.
Okay, roll it again.
All right, let me spend another chi point.
And don't forget about your extra 3 from Dale.
That's right.
Can I move those to damage?
Nope.
Or does it have to be the first roll? All right.
Yeah.
All right. So psychokinetic weapon is up. Chi is spent. I need somebody to roll
12 dice.
9.
9 plus 3 is 12.
Yep, 12. 12d10, please. With specialty.
It's a pretty character sheet. I like the blue.
Yeah, I liked it.
7 successes.
Holy moly!
Damn.
So
You guys
that is
are
a
on fire tonight.
that is a hit. No, actually, you're technically on fire.
Yeah. That's true.
And I'm going to guess he's still at an 8 for soak.
He is.
All right. 4d10, please.
1 success.
Okay, so it gives me plus 2 damage, so that's 3.
No, you have to roll for that damage to add it to it.
Oh, okay. Please roll 6d10.
If you would normally have 4d10, then yes, that's what it would add.
Yeah, 6d10, please.
Okay.
Apologies.
Then that's actually 2.
All
Okay,
right, another 2.
Bang! So you're lobbing your heaviest attacks. Just bang, bang. Not really doing much, but you're hitting.
Nice.
Shelly?
I think she is going to leave Joe to Jocelyn and let that be Jocelyn's problem for the moment. And I think
Okay.
she will move towards Micah to help Charlotte.
Okay. So you're then running directly across to the other
Platform.
X
Yeah.
cross. Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll your strength.
Drag him into the light.
Go ahead and roll your strength.
Okay.
And add 3 dice.
Yes. So all my damage got healed, right? After going into that light?
No.
Oh, okay. So I took 2 more ag. Oh, man. Okay.
No, you took 2 lethal.
No, 2 lethals. Well, it doesn't matter. Takes me down to -2. Okay. So that's gonna give me. I only get 4. 2 successes.
Okay. So at that point, in your injured state, you're still managing to rip that barbed wire off, and he falls completely to the ground at this point. He is just a shivering mess, as it looks like he's about to give completely.
She's going to yell at Charlotte, "Get him into the light!"
But Abby is actually already acted at this point. I'll let you kind of preempt since you were up in the air. Others are fighting. Charles, at this point, since you're the one connecting,
Yep.
Pythonical, the avatar anyways, outstretches his hands and says something in a language that's completely unfamiliar. Why don't you roll your active willpower?
Active willpower is
Counterspell. Just kidding.
Chapter 2
60
Blue Mana.
10, please.
If you had that, that might actually work.
How many now?
60 10.
4 successes.
Hey.
Okay. So a wave of greenish energy goes over you. The other effects did not actually take hold, as you felt as if there would be like talons that were digging into your head, but you feel as if they basically scraped across.
Okay.
So alarming, painful, but didn't actually cause anything to you. But it's clear that something was about to happen. You do take taking a point of lethal.
Nice. All right.
So we are now back to the top of the round. Or no, bottom of the round for those who got celerity. Let her rip, Petra.
All right.
Hey, Steve.
Swing at a swing. Okay, this is a lot of dice. Come on, dice, you do your thing.
Sometimes I miss feeling the dice in my hands and dropping them into that little tray.
Oh my heck!
I think
probably
that's a hit.
Wow. I think
Third-
he's dead.
13.
I think
Lucky
that's a
number
hit.
13.
Shoo.
So roll your damage.
Okay, can you do that again for damage?
Now imagine if that was a
Oh my
gunshot.
God.
Wow. Oh, oh my
Oh.
goodness. Oh,
Mm-mm.
you're looking at depending on what you rolled, at least 9 additional damage.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It would be like one of those headshots in
My
Fallout where the
goodness.
head just kind of goes in all separate
Yep.
directions.
Right. Yeah. Hey.
4 successes
Oh,
on damage.
nice. So you spin around and it was already starting to heal the damage that you did. You swung around and then you're like, nope. It swung a strike, flame and flame broiled that wound back open and scarred. You've got one more action.
Oh yeah.
Hit
Okay.
him again. Yeah, flame broil the other side.
Gotta cook it evenly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gotta do it our way.
4 successes to hit.
Okay. Oh, I was thinking damage again. No, go ahead.
I'll
Failure.
reroll that.
Okay. Well, you can't reroll damage.
That's right. Shoot.
So
Thinking.
bring that one around. You end up hitting. You end up hitting, but not quite the way you had wanted to. His slimy form helped the blade kind of bounce off for no damage.
Rude.
Very. All right. So now that we're into the next round, Joe, I need you to roll for initiative.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up the path that you listed, but I don't even know what book that would be in.
It's actually in the PDF that I sent you.
The book?
Yep.
I mean, I saw the one that I had to do with Open Office. Is that the one you're talking about?
Nope. It's the other one. You've got 2
Okay, maybe
PDFs
I
in
missed
there.
the third one. Okay. Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah,
That's the
it's
one I missed.
started off with. I just gave you the copy that I bought, so it started off with numbers
Gotcha.
instead of the book number.
Thank you. Okay. Not really sure what I'm doing, but we'll see. Initiative, Dex plus.
Dex plus wits, 1d10.
Okay. Okay. So 7. Whoops. Hold on. I'm forgetting how to roll here. My initiative. It's just roll 1d7 plus my. Okay. 1d. I'm
10.
brain farting. I'm brain farting.
It's slash R, 1d10.
R, right. Okay, so 9 plus 7, so 16.
Whew. Okay.
Nice.
Roll a 9. Pretty good.
All right, so at the top of the round, then I'll get that added here. So Rachel is at 16. Beauty bam. Brittany, top of the round. You're back to you.
Yeah. Okay.
That other side is still rare. It needs to be well done.
Speed of stag again. 1 success. So 1 round. Fire is still up, so I can take off that +3.
Okay.
2 successes to hit.
Okay, so that one he gets out of the way of. So now we are at Dale, or no, Rachel.
I am still looking through like my abilities, so I'm almost not even prepared to even strike.
Because you suck.
You-
I'm just kidding.
You could drive.
You suck. What's this one?
Okay, so then in a
Yeah, sorry, I'm not ready for that.
no, you're totally fine. I'm going back over and looking at what you have. So in an instance, you're kind of acting on self-preservation, so not even really like what you're purposely trying to do, and like just on instinct alone. There we go. Okay, so water.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where the water one is.
No,
having some
no,
difficulty.
wind and water is the same. So she turns. So you end up seeing Joe for all of her fiery bluster. She ends up opening her mouth and just breathing out on some of these cultists now that were scrambling to join in the fray and to stop from everything from falling apart. And
Where is? Do you know what page it's in the book?
for that one is on page 46. Starts at page 46.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry.
So for that one, go ahead and roll stamina plus melee.
Stamina, melee. I don't have any melee on here.
On your character sheet, you sure do.
No, I don't.
Oh, I guess you don't. Okay, so stamina then.
Okay, I guess I know what I'm buying.
I may know a few people that
Um,
could train you.
Just a few, yes.
All right, I'm gonna burn a will for an auto.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna burn a will for an auto.
Yeah, so I said, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you said what? Sorry. Stamina. So just stamina. Okay. So 2 with the auto.
Okay, so you end up as she breathes this rain of frost coming out from her mouth. You see 2 of them almost like popsicle up into blocks of ice.
Oh,
Nice.
that's the breath of ice.
Yeah.
Okay, the breath of ice.
Immobilized.
Spend 2 faith.
That's pretty cool.
So I have to burn 2 faith points for that.
Yes.
Is faith points something I can buy up as well?
Eventually, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, I have to go to or I have to pray to do that. Okay. Okay.
Parts of this Dale will be able to help you with.
You have to go to seminary.
Okay.
Parts of this
Gonna need it.
Dale's not going to have any clue because it's like I said, it's brand new.
Okay, well, I guess that's it for me.
Okay, so also I forgot to mention. Okay, so part of this I forgot to mention because I didn't know what was Joe's height originally.
Her height originally, she was like 5'2".
Okay, so you notate that on your character sheet.
Okay.
You were 5'2". You are now standardly 5'8". And now that you're currently in your apocalyptic form, you're a third of that higher.
Okay.
Those are demons.
So you're no, she's not. You are somewhere around the 6 foot range when you're in your apocalyptic form.
Got it.
Woohoo.
Amazon.
5'8". Okay.
Now you'll also want to take a look at your sheet because there are. I know I'm kind of giving away some stuff here, but I have to kind of coach her on this because she's literally brand new. She had no idea I was doing this.
Right.
When you're in your apocalyptic form, and I wrote these notes on your sheet. I listed them under low morality abilities.
Yeah, I saw those.
So improved initiative, you actually have 2 more to that roll. Not that it really matters. You're at 18.
Oh, yeah.
So you have with your
Okay,
increase. So temporarily, since you're in your apocalyptic form, you have +2 to your strength and +1 to your damage. +2 to your strength, +1 stamina, and you have 1 additional health level.
Okay, yeah, I saw that.
No, on top of that.
Yes.
So you have everything that's there +1. So you don't have. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You technically have 9 health. This only has 8 because of the sheet. But the reason why it is because you're apocalyptic form.
Oh, gotcha.
You basically
Okay.
you have so you'll have regeneration, 1 health level of bashing or lethal only per turn.
Cool.
Right.
And you have claws and teeth, which will give you strength +2, whichever one you end up using, and their ag damage.
Nice. Cool. Well, I know what I'm working on. I got 20 XP to spend.
Sweet.
Okay. Do I get my XP back for Pale Aura?
No.
Dang it.
You'll know that because if you put your character sheet side by side, you'll see some of the differences.
Okay.
You may have lost Pale Aura, but you actually gained quite a bit more.
Gained so much more. More than just 2 1-point disciplines.
Yes. Oh, yes. Okay, so, and let me update that because Rachel's technically on 18. Again, not a big deal. Okay, so we got Brittany, we got Rachel. Dale.
Right. Okay. So let's see here. That's kind of a. Oh, actually, shoot. He can't really get him. So he's gonna go ahead and exalt again. And he's gonna say, "Move him into the light so that the Creator can burn him away." And then he's going to roll for the exalt. Ah, shoot! He botched it.
Did you have a reroll?
Do not.
Did you already use the one that? Oh no, that was you giving it to Brittany. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he still shouts it.
Yeah.
That was at 15. So we're at 13s.
David.
All right. He said to burn him, send him to the light. So Charles is going to go ahead and attempt to grab Pathonigal.
Okay.
So 5d10.
Do you have a throw maneuver?
I do not. Oh.
So you can still conduct a basic grab. That's fine.
Okay, cool. Okay, so grab, athletic, dexterity and
dexterity and grab.
7d10, please, with specialty.
Okay. And that's difficulty 6?
Yes, please.
Wow, how high is your grab?
Grab of 2.
So you're saying you have a dice pool of 7. Grab is 2.
5 dexterity, 2 grab. Yep.
Okay.
2 successes.
Okay. Well, let's see if you're
Nice.
successfully able to grab him. Okay, so it's awkward, but you grab him. You've got him kind of like by the arm and trying to arm bar it together.
Nice. Can I move him at all, or is that my turn?
Strength check.
Say that again.
Strength check.
Strength check.
Side kick.
4d10, please. With specialty, I think.
2 successes.
Oh, okay. You are starting to move him. You're trying to drag him back, unceremoniously drag him forward.
Let's go.
Shelly.
She's going to start dragging Micah towards the light.
Okay, so I take it Abby's going to do that as well.
I'm hoping
Yeah.
Abby's going to help her.
In eagle form.
And
Just helping to pull. I don't know if that's possible.
no.
Too weak.
Yeah. So you're going to have to come out of it to help her.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and roll my...
I come
Can I
out
roll my...
to help Micah.
Okay. So you come out instantaneously. Go ahead and roll your strength to help pull him along.
Oh, I can't because I'm at a -2 and my strength is a 2. So I can't really do
Well,
anything.
you're still going to have a one die roll.
Okay.
It's just straight strength.
Just straight strength.
Okay.
Okay.
You're the
I am
last
going.
two
I'm
people that
gonna.
need
I'm
to
gonna
do this.
spend. It's not my last willpower, but I'm getting close.
Okay.
1.
Okay.
Which I'm glad. 'Cause that gives me 1.
Okay. So the two weakest characters physically are like. Pull!
I know.
All right, so that was at also. So that's basically on 13. Obviously, more fighting and everything is happening around you. You can hear the screech of the werebat outside as it's taking on others. Jocelyn at this point is running over to deal with because she's not sure what's up with Joe, but Joe seems to be okay because she just popsicled 2 guys, so she doesn't understand, but runs over to try and help take on Pathanagal. Az jumps, ends up coming in, and he is he's not grabbing Micah, but he is trying to shoot some of the other cultists that are trying to get up there. He's like trying to spreading fire, shooting them if he can, but otherwise peppering the ground around them to get them to scatter, because it looks like everything is starting to collapse at this point with the chanting and the scions removed. That was at 13. We are now we just did 9. Abby's helping, so I think that's everybody at this point. Yeah. Okay. So
Nope, she gets her celerity.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm just keeping track of this. So you got 1 extra action?
Yeah.
Okay. Let her rip.
Three.
Okay. So that is a hit. Barely, but it's a hit. That's all I need.
Flame broil him.
That's all I need. 3 damage.
Ooh. Maybe.
Oh, wait. Strength +5 plus. Oh, I forgot to add the 2 for
For fire?
fire.
No.
Okay, never mind. Rude.
Hello, ticking time Bob. So did you roll the added damage?
Yeah, I got a fail.
Okay,
Was
so
that
nothing.
a person who joined, or was that a pun at Brittany?
No, that's
somebody joined.
somebody in the chat. Ticking time Bob gaming.
Okay.
So three 3 damage.
All right, 3 damage. So that is at this point you're not really suffering exhaustion, but definitely frustration at the fact that this guy is still up, keeping everybody at bay. Thankfully, though, Sean is keeping him back from being able to retaliate much. It's like, one of these, like his faith is strong enough that the Black Spiral Dancer can't get anywhere near him. And then eventually you kind of do one of those like lunging maneuvers to reach across to try and keep, some distance, but extend your range with the sword and just whoop right into his chest. And he kind of, does like one of these numbers real quick and then just topples to the ground, stays in his werewolf form
Oh.
as he dies.
Interesting.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's dead or does it mean he's not dead?
So that was the end of that round. So what ends up happening at this point is to start wrapping this up. What else do you have? Oh, you know what? We'll show off another little nifty trick here that Rachel
And then-
has.
I was gonna do like Goliath's favor to then just jump on him and bite the hell out of her with the ag damage. I don't know.
Oh, right. Yeah, go ahead. Who are you biting?
Who's my biggest like who do I really need to be attacking here at this point?
Pathonigal.
That.
Yeah, 100%.
You'll see her just 100% leap with all her might. Fangs out.
Go for it. So
Um,
roll your attack. It's going to be obviously it's going to be Dex and Brawl.
Dex and Brawl. Yeah, I have a point in Brawl. All right, I'm gonna burn another will for an auto.
Yeah, compare that to your sheet.
And then okay. Yeah.
Dang.
So it's Dex. Okay. Dex and Brawl. So 5, 6 for the auto. Okay. And I don't roll the strength on this. I roll that. Add that to the damage, right?
That's going to be for damage, yes.
Okay. So 2 with the auto.
Okay, so he's currently held. That makes it difficult for him to dodge. So your bite latches on. Roll damage.
Okay.
Nice.
So that's strength, which is 3, plus 2, so that's 5, plus 6 with the path, so 6. So am I just rolling 6 dice?
So your strength is
Yeah,
3.
Right.
You're up 2 because you're in your form. So that's
Right.
5. One more
And
is
then-
6.
Okay. yeah,
No.
sorry, right.
We're missing your bite.
So that's
So-
7.
So you get 2 automatically whether you're using your claw or teeth.
So 8
Yes.
total. Okay. Six. Come on, no whammies, no whammies. 3.
Okay.
Actually, I have. Well, no, I don't have a 4 on my strength yet. Never mind. They don't explode. No, damage doesn't explode anyway. Never mind.
No, exactly.
Okay,
Yeah, here we go.
and then it's ag damage.
Okay, so you leap up, coming up over the top, and bite down on this guy. Bite down on the form, and you bit. So as you bite into what appears to be human, and you rise around to be human, but the taste in your mouth is absolute putrid. Like you want to just vomit it up immediately. And as that chunk comes
Yeah,
out,
ripping it out at that point. Yeah.
yeah, as that chunk comes out, you rip your head upwards. You end up seeing like the body end up collapsing, and in place of blood is like this black bile that's spilling out all over the ground.
Ew.
I step away.
And at that moment, you end up hearing the shrill of the werebat creature that had been being fought, and you end up seeing Zyzak at this point disappear into what appears to be nothingness, likely into another reflective surface somewhere. And the creature topples to the ground, taking part of the church down with it, just flattening part of the exposed wall and roof, causing quite a bit of damage. The cultists have spread out into the night. The ones that are still alive, which are not many, there's bodies everywhere at this point. And slowly but surely, you start to see the droplets of blood cease.
Did we get Micah to the light?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, that was something I missed. Apologies. So you end up seeing. So Micah, you end up pulling over to the light, and when that happens, very similar to Joe, he screams in pain as if the corruption is being removed from him, and the rock is placed near him as well. And when that happens, there's actually a partial image of some I can show you. 1 second. Go. Grab this. Basically, he looks like, for lack of a better term, he almost looks like almost like a demonic werewolf for the time being. Although he's not clearly. That's similar to what it looks like. Like he has got horns and thornish like appendages coming out all over him, and he roars with this guttural roar as he comes out into his Krynos form, and it's all like it's all white hair coming out, but not albino, obviously, but this white hair coming out. Wow, I'm on a delay. I'm looking at myself on the stream, and it's like whoosh, whoosh, super delay. Anyways, but yeah, it comes back with like this the white hair, but the all of the tips at this point are almost kind of a reddish red color, like as if that was part of the fur pattern at this point, along with the horn appendages. And he ended up also attacking Pathanagal with a mighty sweep as Joe did that, and just the body toppled to the ground.
Cool.
So I missed that tidbit. I apologize.
Nope, I just want to make sure we saved him.
No, yeah. No, I get it. So the rain eventually starts to stop. You see the clouds start to finally roll back. The sky is no longer red as it had been, and the threat has passed. There's damage, however, to the city. Fires still burn, and by the news reports that you've heard, society has become aware of the supernatural. There's there's no more hiding. There's no masquerade. There's no veil. And there's also no telling what this particular apocalypse has done to the world at large. But we'll find out in season 2 when we pick back up.
And just for notes, this episode, you guys see Cassandra without her mask because she would have lost it during the whole ordeal.
Right. Okay.
Well, those of you who were inside anyway. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess afterwards we would.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she
Jerome,
been able to find it.
What happened to Courtney?
Courtney got knocked down. Courtney was injured, but because the shifters managed to survive, and because of faith gained, she was able to live, and no one died.
It's like Shar has one more point of magic. She could do some healing.
Right. There was because nobody essentially died. That risk was ultimately mitigated. Others were available to actually heal her in her crisis. And I'm glad you actually brought that up. Katamaru's at the end of the fighting, rushed to her side to make sure that she was okay. And after the healing, they have a moment. He is in his human form, and he knelt down to hold her up, and he looks specifically to Petra, and he says, "Are you okay with being a grandmother again?"
Oh my god.
Aw.
No, what?
She's just gonna clap
So that ends the first chronic, or the first
and then maybe
season.
hug them both.
Yeah, this ends the first season of Mythic Savannah, bringing an end to the time of judgment, but a new era for the supernatural. And how is this going to actually affect everything at large? Everything was tenuous at best. So, see how that goes. Well, we've got some RP votes that we need to do.
Right.
And before we do this, since you sat out for most of the game, Rachel, why don't you give me a 1d6 plus 1?
I did like 90% of it. 1d6. Okay, where are we at?
Yeah, but you had a pretty epic ending.
I did. That was pretty cool.
Mhm.
Yeah,
good.
look at your upgrade.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Pretty
figure this
exciting.
out.
Yeah, so Petra, Sly, and
6.
Joe got upgrades.
Well, mine was a temporary upgrade.
6.
Maximum roll.
All
Yep.
right, so 6 additional XP for
Nice.
for the successful completion of season 1, and a
Nice.
pretty major chronicle
Oh,
arc.
is
So
that for everybody?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's group XP.
Yay.
And then we got
Ooh, 20.
6 for
5.
the
5.
5.
Five
for the
earlier,
other.
yeah.
You guys walked off with 11 for today.
Oh, I'm
Ooh.
going
Nice.
shopping.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
buy
so-
some stamina
Ooh,
All right,
I
so
need
we
to
and
have
up
and a
my-
little occult.
so we have got some RP votes to do since we're not done quite yet. So Dale,
Okay,
This one was
let's
hard.
see. Oh my gosh.
There were some good moments.
Gonna vote for Brittany with that tender time
Ian?
with Kian. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
okay, Abby,
Again, Dale, that was my vote. Kian, so Brittany,
So
that
okay.
moment. Mm-hmm.
Brittany,
I'm gonna go with Dale facing his past.
Mm-hmm.
okay, Rachel,
I gotta go Dale too. That was a great scene.
okay, it was,
Yeah.
Shelley,
Yeah, I got to give it to Dale for the redemption. That was because he could have gone either way.
hmm
and Davey.
I'm gonna go with Dale.
Okay,
Yeah,
congrats.
that was a good scene.
Yeah, so basically, insider's ball here, real quick. So, someone was going to die. That choice was very real, and it's because that all hinged on being able to spot Pathonigal on time, because everything was going to collapse if you didn't. And
Who was gonna die?
We will never know.
given the circumstances, it was going to be Courtney.
No.
Oh, I figured it was gonna be one of us.
And possibly others, but Courtney was the one that was on the razor's edge, unfortunately, because there was no way she was going to back down with her son in peril like that.
That's what I was afraid of.
But so I did want to ask, because I really put a lot more effort into this particular game with like the story arcs and whatnot. Dale, what did you think about that end to end there? You started the game off with this, and now you ended the game with this.
Yeah, I didn't like expect that, but given like the gravitas of everything going on, like all of the relationships that he's made, everyone's become a friend. Like it makes sense. It's unexpected, but pretty cool.
Well,
I
the
like it.
whole like the Pythonigal thing, like you had that chalice game 1.
Yeah,
And then,
exactly.
we came all the way back to this, and it literally, even though it didn't seem like it, you were that focal point for essentially that whole chronicle.
Yeah.
And so,
Where do we
I
go from Apocalypse?
I know.
Yeah.
You go into
That's
a
the
strange new
question.
world at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Now we have to deal with the new world.
Yep. So, but I also
Hope-
wanted to let
hope
you
we do it
guys
better
know
than Supernatural.
background, because it was only touched on a little bit. Pythonigal was actually the one that was behind this the whole time. He was just kind of playing puppeteering and making everything happen. So basically, he poked at Zizak, who Zizak had always been in the werewolf myth as being the it that summoned that was the cause of the apocalypse, killed the last Gaian king, and so on and so forth. So he's threading that particular needle, and she when she was provoked and got into action, she provoked Daniel Parker to commit the issues in the city, to
To
occupy
distract us.
the vampires and attempt to take the chalice. Those were his people that ended up attacking, but in doing so, obviously triggered the Inquisition to act, who the Inquisition already had reasons to act because they spotted Sly early on in the Chronicle at one point. So then it became like this big behind the scenes, like who's doing what, who's
Domino
moving
effect.
where. Yeah, and just everything started toppling, ultimately to Pythonigal's favor.
Yeah.
So the Assamite that attacked us in St. Augustine, was he one of Parker's?
Yep.
Must have been, yeah, exactly.
So
where's
the
he go?
Inquisition is going to run rapid.
Well,
we'll have to find
it's
out.
gonna be interesting.
There's a lot of stuff exposed, and a lot of new stuff that's come about. So
So you guys found out tonight that Petra is Inquisition, but she's also a counter agent inside the Inquisition.
Yeah, she's a double agent.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's why she seems so
It's complicated.
Yeah.
what's the word?
the word you're looking
Multiple
for
personalities.
is Natalie Imbruglia.
Schizophrenic. Oh my gosh. Torn.
Yeah.
Schizophrenic is the word I was looking for.
There you go.
That's why she comes off so schizophrenic.
So Rachel, what do you think of the sudden changes to Joe?
I'm for it. I liked it. I'm quite surprised, and I think it actually fits quite well with her whole backstory. And after reading some of the history on what you've sent,
Mm-hmm.
it makes a lot more sense. Yeah, and she's definitely gonna have to adjust, especially with the height. All her clothes are gonna be too short now.
Char is 5'8".
Well, Joe is like 5'2" if she is an inch, and so she grew 6 inches. So now she's gonna have high waters on everything.
Well, she can borrow Charlotte's clothes, or Charlotte can just take her shopping, because apparently she's loaded.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, for real. Found out she's
And I bet
rich.
she enjoys shopping.
She definitely enjoys
I'm excited for it. There's definitely I need melee. I need to increase a lot of things on here. So yeah, I like it. I'm curious about it.
And then the other, because this is the reason why I'm sharing some of this is because some of it probably isn't going to come up directly in character, so it might be fun for you guys to know out of character. So essentially, you guys picked up, I know, on part of this because it did get talked about. Essentially, Micah is actually White Howler.
Right.
But the White Howlers needed, and this is true of pretty much all the shifters, they have to have like a patron saint, like a spirit or a totem.
Yeah.
You guys never would have known anything about this. This was actually lifted directly from the Apocalypse Time of Judgment for Werewolf. Mm-hmm. Basically, when the green dragon got summoned, there was only one major incarnate spirit. So basically, you have like the actual main spirits like Gaia and Helios and whatnot, or I should say Gaia and the worm, and the weaver. It's like the really major spirits. One step down from that are incarnate spirits. So super buff major like spirits. Only one decided to stand up against the worm when it rose, and that is a spirit by the name of Rog. He's like the ultimate hunter and manifests himself as a shattered, broken planet of asteroids, like an asteroid field.
Wow.
And
totally what I think of when I imagine
Yeah.
spirits.
so
First thing that came to mind.
So when the worm was ripping through the ethereal realm on its way to lay siege to Gaia, it was the only one that stood up and fought because it just wasn't intimidated. Well, the green dragon beat it aside like it was, just a rug. But in doing so, fragments of his being fell to earth. That's actually in the Time of Judgment story.
Okay.
So that's the rocks that
That's
she
what the
picked up.
blue thing
Yeah.
was.
That's the rocks. And because of that, because of the light, that descended, Helios, and the rock, we now have I haven't decided on the name just yet, but essentially a new tribe now has been reclaimed from this, from the ashes of that, and now Helios, with kind of a dual blessing from Helios and Rog, for
Nice.
staying the course. And that is ultimately what Micah is going to have to be dealing with behind the scenes.
Oh boy.
Nice. Very
It's gonna be a
nice.
brother.
So, and I don't know if you guys know anything about it. It's I know, again, I'm sharing some out of character stuff. Again, it's not probably going to come up in character, but Katamaros is an apis, where essentially were-bull or minotaur in essence.
Yeah.
And they used to be the breeders of all the changing breeds. That was their role. They knew how to guide and train. They knew how to breed true, like old school geneticists sort of thing. And when the War of Rage happens and they got wiped out, a branch of them made it to the Deep Umbra. That's Katamaros. He was a part of that particular group. And so in coming back and having a child, now he has a chance for the first time ever to breed a new child amongst the apis.
Wow.
Dang.
So all sorts of potential redemption solutions sort of thing going on. So
yeah, I gotta think of where I want to take Cassandra in this new
Did
season.
Ryan survive?
Ryan did not. Great question. Ryan did not. Ryan had been basically living to die.
Yeah.
His story back from Ashland was that he was a guru that got jumped by Sabat, and he was a Geta Fenris Lasombra. Mm-hmm. So you just know, because he had some time to build on that.
He was full of angst.
He wasn't just full of angst. He had some stuff to throw at people. He had some obtenebration. He had rage. He what's like he was a nasty little booger, and he ended up giving his life to help defeat the Kamatas.
Oh, so when we go back to Ashland, Ryan won't be there.
That is correct.
Oh,
he didn't want to be there anyway.
And we'll never know what happened to him.
So, I hope you guys had fun. Those guys are hanging out with us and watching. We are going to be back in action again tomorrow night with our Marvel Superheroes game at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then this following week coming up on Wednesday, we have more Survivors Dawn, Rift Survivors Dawn. So,
yes.
Looking forward to see how the apocalypse there rolls out, which it's nowhere anything like this.
Got apocalypse popping out everywhere.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, now we've had one apocalypse. How about second?
Actually,
apocalypse?
we've had two, because we had one in our superhero.
Oh, superhero. That's true. That's true.
That was an apocalypse. That was a war.
Well, that was
That's true.
close enough.
That was a global war.
we should be old hat at this by now.
Of course, yeah. So thank you guys all for hanging out with us. Thank you for tuning in for this really long season end finale.
Yes.
And we will catch you guys again next time. Good night, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ooh.